so it's 6 o'clock on the 19th. I'm Mark McIntyre, and this is a special meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. I'm the chair of the board. Joining me, I have Susan Stevenson, Jane Clare, Nina Edwards-Anker, and Kathy Buxton. Seeing how that is quorum, motion to open the November 19th special meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Also joining us are Alex Wallach, our planning director, our counsel, Alice Cooley. Jackie Allen is taking notes in the back as the recording secretary, and Sage Certain is running video. For those who, our next regular meeting will be next Monday night on November 25th. Tonight is a bit of a special meeting of an issue that's been on the agenda since actually in the spring, which is a special hearing about potential landmark designation review. So it'll be a little different tonight because in this case, we are the applicant. So the presentations will come from a different place tonight than they normally come from a Board of Architecture review meeting. We're going to do a few things tonight to set it up. I'm going to ask Alice to make a few comments. Then we're going to hear from Alex. And then our consultant we started this project with, will make a presentation. And then from there, we will go and to discuss the four houses under consideration tonight, which are 380 Barron's Lane, 1880 Meadow Lane, 1820 Meadow Lane, and 1360 Meadow Lane. So with that to start, I'm going to throw to Alice.
This is, as the chairman mentioned, a special meeting of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation at the request of the attorneys for the respective homeowners that are the subject of the board's application for landmarking. The board scheduled this special meeting in order to hear testimony from the Homeowners Council and their experts without their having to wait for the board to work through their normal agenda. So tonight we'll focus our full attention on these landmark applications. In the interest of disclosure, I've had conversations and communications with one of the attorneys, Mr. Pasca, about the order of this evening in order to accommodate certain time constraints. Some of the experts who will be appearing this evening and that agreed upon schedule is reflected in the agenda. We also agreed that it would be prudent and in everyone's interest in terms of time to incorporate the records of each application. So the board is authorized to designate landmarks and historic districts under section 65.3 of the Southampton Village Code. In this instance, the board noticed for public hearing individual landmarks under 65.3A, under which the board may designate an individual property as an individual landmark if it meets one or more of the 6 criteria contained in the code, if it exemplifies or possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest of value as part of the political, economic, or social history of Southampton Village, is identified with persons or events significant in local, state, or national history, embodies the distinguishing characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction or design style, or is a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship, or is representative of the work of a designer, architect, or builder, represents an established and familiar visual feature of community by virtue of its unique location or singular physical characteristic, represents an established and familiar visual feature of the community, has yielded or may be likely to yield information important in prehistory or history, or is the work of an architect of significance.
Thank you. Alex.
Sure. So the board might remember that at the end of 2022, the village adopted an update to its comprehensive plan. Part of the, which is a blueprint for the development of the village. Some of the key objectives in that plan were to protect historic sites. That was something that had a lot of support among the public. And one of the recommendations was to consider expansion of historic districts and to discourage demolition of significant homes. So the village initiated various efforts to advance historic preservation. Part of what we're doing is conducting a survey of the village to identify where historic resources may exist. Apart and independent from that, the board realized that modernist homes in particular were unlikely to be identified in ongoing efforts and had previously not been studied. So the board commissioned a study of significant modernist homes that may exist in the village to see if there were those that could meet the village's criteria for an individual landmark that Alice mentioned. So after commissioning that study, we looked for an architect who had particular expertise in this type of modern architecture, who could speak about the architectural significance of any homes identified and objectively address those criteria. So we worked with a consultant, Kate Regev, who we'll hear with, who's an architect, preservationist, and architectural historian, professor of architecture. So we refined the scope of that the work for this study, and the idea was to limit the study to 5 homes, just to limit budget and scope and time. Should mention this was not an exhaustive or comprehensive study of the entire village. We didn't look at every structure in the village, but the goal was to try and come up with 5 homes to see if those met the criteria for significant modern homes. So we started with a long list of homes identifying those that would meet the definition of modernism that belonged to this particular era that had not been previously studied. And then the recommendation from Kate after some initial research was to limit it to 5 homes, 4 of which we have hearings that are continuing on today. And for those, Kate was able to do a more in-depth study, and the board voted to schedule public hearings based on those recommendations to consider a landmark designation for those properties. And I believe that brings us to tonight.
And that initial study was done in January of 23?
January of 2024 was her report and recommendation that was accepted by this board.
Okay.
And then upon a vote of this board to initiate a public hearing for consideration of landmark designation, we noticed the properties and published notice in the newspaper as required by our Chapter 65.
Okay. And I believe she's on Zoom. If you'd like to do an introduction for us.
Sure. I believe we should have Kate on Zoom if we can promote her to panelist.
Great. I think, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Do you want to call the first application?
And I think, is everyone able to see that?
Yes.
Great.
Actually, we're going to go through a little background check and then call the background, Alice, and then call the first application.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you everyone for having me here tonight. As Alex mentioned, I'm here to discuss the recommendations for designation that were developed in the report that I created that wrapped up really in early 2024. And the report, as Alex mentioned, provided recommendations for designation of 5 modern and postmodern homes in Southampton Village. These 5 homes that I'll go into further detail shortly together represent a really exciting moment in Southampton's social, economic, and architectural history when the east end of Long Island, including the village of Southampton, saw tremendous growth. It saw an influx of wealth, and it saw the construction of large, design-forward summer residences in the 1950s through about the 1980s and 1990s. And so a little bit first about me, and I'll introduce myself. As Alex mentioned, I'm Kate Regev. I'm a licensed architect in the state of New York. I'm also a historian. I write about design and history and preservation. And I meet the standard of the Secretary of Interior's standards for professional qualifications for architectural history and historic architecture. I also research and write in particular about mid-century modern design and architecture, and I'm on the adjunct faculty at Columbia University School of Architecture, where I've been teaching in the preservation program since 2019. For this particular project, assisting me was my research assistant, Hongyi Wang. He is a graduate from the preservation program at Columbia and is currently a fellow at Getty's Conserving Modern Architecture Initiative. And so I want to walk everyone through pretty briefly, the research methodology that we used for this project. We used a really broad range of primary and secondary materials for this project. And so primary materials, we looked at historic newspapers, historic aerials and historic maps, current and historic photographs. We made visits to archives to look at original drawings and other documents. We also worked with the American Institute of Architects and their membership files and historical directories. And then also through the Village of Southampton, we were provided with original building department records and drawings. In terms of secondary resources, we looked at architectural journals. We looked at topical and kind of, contextual books. And then also we looked at local histories and building designation reports. And so basically our process was initial kind of compilation of resources. And so we started out with a number of recommendations and referrals for potential buildings to look at, primarily from local preservation groups, but we also did our own research ourselves by looking at historic aerials, historic fire insurance maps, and trying to identify potential extant homes from that key time period, that mid-century time period that we were looking at. As we were developing the long list, we did a bit more research into each of the homes that we were looking at, and we looked at things like architectural design, aesthetics, integrity, who designed the home, and kind of the contextual history of the neighborhood around it. We also reviewed each of the homes against the criteria that were designated, the criteria for designation that was outlined in the Village Code in Chapter 65. And we did some kind of initial research about each of the different homes we were potentially looking at in that long list. And then, as Alex mentioned, we ultimately narrowed down the long list to a short list of 5 homes. For those 5 homes, we landed there because of more in-depth research, so that involved archival visits, further reading, books, news articles, and then also, as I mentioned earlier, we were given access to files from the Department of Buildings to look at integrity, alterations, and then confirmation of construction dates. A little bit more also just about kind of how that process worked. In the beginning, we were looking at the broader boundary of Southampton Village, but by the time we got to the long list, and there were about 15 homes on the long list, we were narrowing down in our search, both in the geographic focus. So we were looking at areas in Southampton that were developed in the 1930s through the 1980s. And then we also were starting to look more specifically at architects that had designed, or I guess also designers who had designed buildings that were on that long list, and also other architects that we knew had completed homes either in the village or in the area. From that list of 15 homes, we then landed at a list of 5 homes. I want to mention, as Alex initially said, that this report that we completed was not intended to be a comprehensive survey or an inventory of all architecturally significant homes in the village. Really what the report does is it outlines the basic historical background that led to the design and construction of these homes, and then it addresses each of the homes individually, and ultimately assesses their significance and makes a basis for a recommendation of designation that follows the Village Code. And so actually that's what I'm going to be sharing today. I'm going to start with kind of a brief overview of the historical context for these homes, and then we will talk about each of the homes specifically. I also want to address specifically the 50-year requirement. So the Village Code has an age requirement of 50 years. However, there is an exception to that, and that exception states that in order to be an exception to that 50-year requirement, the building must be of exceptional importance. And 4 out of the 5 homes that were included in this study fall in that category. 4 of them are not yet 50 years old. And I would say that the reason why we felt that these are of exceptional importance is that they met 2 or more criteria that were outlined in Chapter 65. And they were really an embodiment of modernist and postmodernist aesthetics during this period of unprecedented growth in summer homes in the village of Southampton. Many of the homes from this time period are under imminent threat of demolition or unsympathetic alterations, since often these were smaller homes constructed on desirable lots near the waterfront. I also just want to contextualize in a bigger picture, that this is not an issue that is unique to Southampton. In fact, the National Park Service has a National Register bulletin that specifically addresses how we can go about evaluating and nominating properties that have achieved significance within the past 50 years. And they note that the 50-year mark is intended as a safeguard, quote, against listing the properties which are only of contemporary faddish value. The requirement is not designed to prohibit consideration of properties whose unusual contribution to the development of American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture that can be clearly demonstrated. And so these homes are very much a reflection of a more recent period of Southampton's history, but are really a critical component of explaining this period of major development, and are certainly not of a faddish value. So with that in mind, I wanted to go through briefly the list of the 5 homes. The Bliss House, we are actually not going to be discussing today, and we'll focus on the other 4 homes in this order. The Cohen House at 380 Barron Lane, which was designed by Norman Jaffe. The Roslyn House at 1880 Meadow Lane, also by Norman Jaffe. The Canasson House at 820 Meadow Lane by Myron Goldfinger. And then the Sugarman House at 1360 Meadow Lane, which was designed by Ward Bennett. And so, as I mentioned, I'm going to start just with a brief kind of contextual history here before we dive into each of the homes. And so, as many of you, I'm sure, know, this particular area of Long Island was originally home to the Shinnecock people before the arrival of a small group of English Puritans that were coming from Massachusetts in the 1600s. The village remained primarily a farming and fishing village throughout the 18th to 19th centuries, but this really changed with the extension of the Long Island Railroad when it arrived at Sag Harbor in 1872. And this line passed through Southampton and ultimately enabled an influx of wealthy residents from New York City who were looking for fresh air, tranquility, and were really excited about the beaches and recreational opportunities of the area. And so you can see here, this is a map from the 1880s that shows kind of these routes from New York City out all the way east to Sag Harbor and I think potentially even beyond. This accessibility from the train led to a building boom during the 1890s and through the earliest 20th century. And that's when we start to see the establishment of these large summer resort-style residences. That was what was referred to locally as the summer colony. These homes were typically located closer to the water, so further south, and of the more commercial Main Street area. Many of these large estates were designed by well-known architects like McKim, Mead and White, Grosvenor Atterbury, Career and Hastings, and John Russell Pope. I have 2 examples here on screen. And as you can see, these homes were designed in traditional historic styles such as Queen Anne and shingle style. But nevertheless, they really set a precedent for kind of high style, thoughtfully designed, architect designed homes in the area. And this type of summer home resort community continued into the 1910s and 1920s, and areas that were previously undeveloped along the waterfront were in particular developed during this period. By the 1920s, the idea of a summer vacation home was really cemented in the American mindset, and the Hamptons continued to establish itself as a resort community. But through the 1930s and the 1940s, due to the Great Depression, a crippling hurricane in 1938, and World War II, development really slowed down. By the 1950s and 1960s, however, the Hamptons really began to boom and become the favored escape for a new generation of affluent New Yorkers who started to arrive and started to build their own homes. New homes during this mid-century period were most typically single-family residences designed for upper middle class, upwardly mobile New Yorkers. The homes were smaller and typically simpler than the grand estates from the turn of the 20th century, and you can see that some examples here, but they were still designed by really big name architects, for example, Philip Johnson, Richard Meyer, and Ward Bennett, for example. And as you can see, stylistically, they were also distinct from that previous wave of development in the first decades of the 20th century. These homes were seen to be the new generation of modern or even modernist in style, and they really kind of set the standard for modern architecture in this part of New York. This development continued into the 1970s and even into the 80s and 90s. In particular, the final section of Long Island Expressway was completed in 1972, and that made accessibility to the area even easier. When the expressway ended in Riverhead, that was only about 20 miles from Southampton, and so suddenly there were more people arriving in the area than ever before. And actually, between the years of 1970 and 1990, nearly 600 new homes were constructed in the village of Southampton. And many of these homes were along the waterfront, for example, on Meadow Lane, or in other areas that had been previously agricultural land or part of larger, earlier estates. There was a distinct difference, though. In these later decades, Norman Jaffe, the architect, said in 1984 that the difference is the work today is aspiring to be villas rather than those weekend cottages. And so we see that throughout the 1980s and even into the 90s, the homes continued to grow in square footage, often demolishing the smaller, earlier homes that were there. So this takes us to, the designation recommendations and kind of where we are today. I will say that during this period that we're looking at, the mid-century homes all the way through, basically the 80s, the Hamptons were described as critics as, quote, a proving ground for modern architecture. And the 5 homes that we're looking at on screen here, the Bliss House, Cohen House, Roslyn House, Canasson House, and Sugarman House, were all recommended because they reflect this style. They were all designed with kind of the moment architectural styles that were distinct from the traditional revivalist styles that defined the earlier homes. And they were designed by some of the most prominent architects and designers of their time. The prolific architect Norman Jaffe, multidisciplinary designer Ward Bennett, and sculptural modernist Myron Goldfinger.
Okay, before
So I'm going to first talk about.
Before we get to the Cohen House, let me call the first one up is going to be, we're going to discuss is 380 Barron's Lane. We're going to have her take us through her recommendation for Barron, and then we'll open the floor to the attorneys representing the Cohen House. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to start with the Cohen House at 380 Barron's Lane. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about this home, a little bit about its history, its recommendations for designation, and then I'll pause. So 380 Barron's Lane was designed by Norman Jaffe and completed in 1983. Historic maps and photography show that this was one of those locations that up until the time of the construction of this home, the area was basically potato fields. So this is really, in that sense, highly representative of that last wave of development of the area. Jaffe designed the home for Edward Barron Cohen. He was one of the co-founders of the private real estate and development management firm Cohen Brothers Realty Corporation, which was based in New York City, and it was known for the development and construction of large residential and commercial office buildings in Manhattan, primarily on the East Side. Cohen actually noted in an interview with the New York Times in 1983 that he, quote, let Norman Jaffe play out all of his fantasies, quote, with the home design. He also said he wanted, quote, something out of the ordinary for his country retreat. Cohen felt that the design was, quote, different, but it's not kooky. and was, quote, delighted with the results and eager to move in. We think that Cohen knew of Jaffe, likely because of Jaffe's popularity in the area. He was known at this point in his career for his design-forward homes that were connected both to the site, but still contemporary and really engaging. At this point in his career, Jaffe had been published widely, both nationally, internationally, and locally. So the home consists, as you can see in this image, of two distinct angular structures, a large main building, which is kind of elongated and stepped in plan, and then a smaller two-story guest house. And the guest house appears almost as if it were sliced off the rectangular main building and shifted upwards or shifted northwest on the plot. Connecting the two structures is an open pedestrian bridge that creates an entry portal to the pool, and then ultimately, as you pass below, the ocean beyond. In an interview in 1984, Jaffe outlined this vision for this home, and he said it was, quote, to separate the building into two buildings and to catch the sky between them. Running along the edge of the bridge and the elevated walkways around the pool, as you can see in this photo, is kind of a very chunky railing that contrasts with kind of the angularity of the rest of the building. The materials here are also really, really telling and kind of classic Jaffe. You have the cedar shingles, which relate both back to the historic architecture and kind of shingle style, his traditional buildings that were, in that first wave of development of the Southampton resort community, but they also weather with time. You also see here local granite fieldstone that created what Jaffe described as a monstrous masonry base. And so he saw that as, quote, clinging to the earth, which then contrasted with the lightness of that sky bridge, and then also those sharp angles of the rest of the building and the roof of the building. What these sharp angles were something that were kind of classic Jaffe, and he called them sky roofs, which were these soaring angular roofs that stretched up to the sky and really dominated the geometry of the building. So a little bit about the designation criteria. This is, as I mentioned, this is one of the buildings that does not meet the 50-year requirement, but it does meet the exception outlined as a property of exceptional importance. And that's because it's a reflection of one of the last periods of development in Southampton. As I mentioned, it's one of the properties where prior to its development, the area was a potato field, and then was divided and developed into single-family private summer homes. And it's also a prime example of a recreational home completed in a regional modernist style. And it's an excellent example of Norman Jaffe's dynamic designs. So in that sense, it meets criteria 1 in that it exemplifies or possesses special character or historic aesthetic interest as an interest of value as part of the political, economic, or social history of Southampton Village. And so it very much speaks to that social and economic history in that later development in the 80s when every last piece of kind of agricultural land and land by water was being developed. It also is a prime example, as I mentioned, of criteria 3. It's really a great example of a recreational home designed in this regional, local, modernist style. And it reflects the changing aesthetics of modernism in the 1960s and 1970s, when it started to be adapted from the international style, kind of placeless and consistently the same no matter where you went, and started responding more to local building traditions, forms, materials, and sightings. And so on this particular project, I mentioned the cedar siding already, but Norman Jaffe also really used those angular roofs to kind of create the sensation that you were coming up from the dunes. And so he was trying to, both, yes, create a modern home, but also really to kind of relate to the existing site. And then finally, criteria 6, the building is the work of an architect of significance. And the Cohen House is the work of one of the area's most noted architects. It is one of the few homes that he's designed, and specifically in Southampton, that has not been demolished or altered beyond recognition. At the time of his untimely death, he had received more than 22 awards for his architecture, had designed more than 150 homes, and had been accepted into the elite fellows of the American Institute of Architecture. And I should mention, although Jaffe designed about or potentially more than 60 homes in the Hamptons and surrounding areas, his designs are increasingly under threat of demolition because they tend to be, relatively speaking, smaller homes on lots whose values have increased exponentially since the time of the original construction. And so they're often seen by homeowners as outdated or even no longer aesthetically to their personal taste. And while there are some homes that have been altered without consideration to Jaffe's design, actually the Cohen House, with its minimal interventions in the past few decades, is a significant exception to this. So I guess we can
Yes, we're
open
going to
for
pause you
comments,
there.
questions. I can stop sharing.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you there and ask the board. Do you have any questions for Kate at this moment? Okay, then I'm going to open it to comment, and I'm going to invite the representatives from 380 to come up and present, and then we'll come back to you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Brian Doyle.
Two things. I'm going to need you to pull that mic closer because it needs to be on the record.
Can you hear me? My name's Brian Doyle. I'm a partner in the law firm Greenberg Traurig of Bridgehampton, New York. I'm here tonight with my partner, Michael Miradamati, and we represent Joseph Edelman, the owner of 380 Barron's Lane in Southampton. As a matter of housekeeping, and before we begin our presentation tonight, I and the lawyers representing the other homeowners have requested from this board through your counsel that each of our hearings be kept open so that the comments we each make may be incorporated into the record of each home being represented. I understand from counsel that the board is consenting to this request in the interest of administrative economy because the arguments I'm going to make with respect to the Edelman House may also apply to the other homes being represented and vice versa. Have you agreed to that? Is that what we're stipulating to?
That's
okay.
That's all right. I believe you mentioned. I believe we mentioned that in the open comments.
Okay. Well, are you going to vote on it, or are we just stipulating to it?
We're stipulating to
Okay.
it. It's fine.
All right.
It's in the record.
Okay.
All records are going to come into every other record.
Yes.
All right. So on March 1st, 2023, Justice Christopher Modeleski of the New York State Supreme Court, Suffolk County, determined the matter of the application of Oris Bliss and 88ML LLC against the Village of Southampton Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. Justice Modeleski's decision and order held that this board acted in an arbitrary and capricious manner and abused its discretion when it denied Mr. Bliss's application for a certificate of appropriateness to demolish his Norman Jaffe designed home on Meadow Lane. Notable about that decision and why it's relevant to tonight's presentation is that Justice Modeleski's decision and order provided this board with a roadmap of how not to conduct itself in future matters pending before it. In your prosecution of your application to designate our client's home as a landmark, however, this board and its staff have completely ignored Justice Modeleski's order and made the same mistakes again. And in fact, you've even made some new ones. And as we demonstrate tonight, these mistakes are fatal to your application. Can you get that up?
Yeah. Have you signed in?
Yeah, I've raised my hand.
Okay. If you could, Sage, if we could just set Kate back for a minute and bring up their presentation, please.
Is that what you wanted? I think, are you able to see the presentation again?
No. We're going to go to a different presentation. So you just
Oh, sorry.
You just stay where you are, and then we're going to have the audiovisual people bring up a separate presentation for us.
So this evening, Mr. Mirdamati and I, and the experts we've retained, are going to go through the background of 380 Barron's Lane. We're going to discuss the board's process in proposing to designate Mr. Edelman's house. We're going to discuss the repeated errors that this board has made. We're going to interpret Section 65E of the Village Code. We're going to discuss Chapter 65 stated intent, which you've ignored. And we're going to discuss the most stringent additional criteria of exceptional importance. We're also going to hear from 3 experts who Mr. Edelman has retained to assist us tonight: Dr. Cooperman, Mark Allen Hewitt, and Mr. Sussman. As the board should know, 380 Barron's Lane is located at the end of a long half-mile private road, which is secured at its intersection with Wickapog Road by a wood entrance gate. To enter Barron's Lane, you need to input a numerical code or obtain permission from a resident using the gate's intercom. Barron's Lane contains only a total of 3 properties. 380 Barron's Lane is not visible or accessible from any public road. And even if you were to gain entrance to 380 Barron's Lane, you can't see it as you travel south down Barron's Lane because the road is lined with high hedges and landscaping. The only way you can see Mr. Edelman's home is once you reach the southern terminus of Barron's Lane, you have to make a left, and it becomes visible to you. The beach is the only public right-of-way from which any facade of Mr. Edelman's home may be viewed by the public, and the south-facing facade is the sole facade that can be meaningfully viewed from the beach. 380 Barron's Lane is located outside of the historic district, and this is important, because at the time of his purchase, Mr. Edelman could not have foreseen that this board would attempt to designate his home as a landmark. If successful in designating his home, you will be creating an architectural incongruity in this neighborhood and damage him financially, which, as evidenced by the record before you, you've not considered, which is required of you under 65-15 of your code. In fact, I ask you to consider as you sit here now, and while some of you are looking at your phones, what financial incentive is the board providing to Mr. Edelman and the owners of the other homes you seek to designate? The answer is none. In fact, your own attorney, Ms. Cooley, shared this view when she opposed a local landmarking designation in East Hampton Village outside its historic district in 2012. She voiced opposition to the village's proposal on behalf of the owners of Miller House at 29 Jones Road. She stated that the owners of that house object to the designation, as it will be a great burden to place on a property owner without the benefit of being in a historic district. Next door, she stated, are new maxed out houses. Her clients, she added, do not see how there can be any public benefit from designating a private home which cannot be viewed from the road at all. Like Mrs. Cooley's clients then, our client's home is not Ms. Cooley's, forgive me. Our client's home is not fully visible from any public road. It's not located in a historic district. But unlike her client in East Hampton, there's no financial benefit being offered to our client. Clients in East Hampton receive a benefit. They receive zoning and gross floor area benefits. They receive tax benefits. There's no benefit here. It's all take. You've never considered the economic harm you might cause to these homeowners. Here are the houses that surround Mr. Edelman's home. 3 completely modern designs, and that's why if you landmark his home, it will be a complete incongruity to the neighborhood. He will be forced to maintain his home forever, never changing it. By the way, these houses have all modern, they meet modern code, they meet environmental standards, and they're located within the setbacks that you want. They've all retreated from the dunes. Mr. Edelman's home is located in a VE 18 or 20 zone, and by designating it, you'll require him to keep it there forever. I want to show you some photographs of Mr. Jaffe's original design versus Mr. Edelman's house today. Mr. Mirdamati and I want to share with you these photographs because we want to educate the board on the flaws of your application. Notable about Ms. Regev's report, which we will discuss at length, is that she offers no color photographs of Mr. Edelman's house, which is odd, considering that unique to Jaffe's original design of 380 Barron's Lane was its red terracotta roof and red paving driveway. You will hear from Dr. Cooperman later about all the extensive changes that have been made to this house. But I will note that identify these changes did not require Dr. Cooperman's expertise. These changes were immediately apparent to me and Mr. Mirtamati as lawyers. These photos are publicly available, and they were not in your report. The original roof was terracotta. The paving stones were red. They've been replaced with cedar shingle, and the driveway's been replaced with white and gray pea gravel. Ms. Regev provided only black and white photographs as to 380 Barron's Lane at its original construction. Her failure to provide color photographs that are publicly available underscores just one of her report's attempts to minimize the changes to this house and mislead readers. These sort of black and white photographs would not be accepted by this board if they were provided to you by an applicant. You require color photographs on even smaller residential projects like gates and fences. How is it not arbitrary for you to proceed in support of your own application with proof that you yourselves would not accept from a citizen? Go to the next slide. Okay. Here's another color rendering of 380 Barron's Lane as it existed in or around 1983 at the time of its construction. On the right is the home as it exists today. First, let's just discuss generally the things that Ms. Regev's report utterly failed to point out. First, on the southwestern roof, original skylights have been replaced with a recessed roof deck. Second, the windows and doors of the south elevation have all been changed in size and function. The windows in the center of the home were formerly located under a deep soffit, which has been removed. The new windows are larger and rise to the roof line. Running east, a soffit original to Jaffe's original design has been completely removed. Stonework was removed from the house's facade and replaced with cedar shingle, and new stonework, far lighter in color than anything Jaffe originally contemplated, now exists at grade throughout the site. Focusing on the north elevation, which Ms. Regev places no photographs in her report, Ms. Regev testifies in her report that the house, you can see the ocean through the entire house from the north elevation. You can't. The front doors have been changed. It's now a stone front door. She misses that change. None of these changes were caught in her report. How can a credible expert miss these significant changes? In fact, she said before, when she testified tonight, that this home has had only minimal interventions. I'm going to show you photographs that will demonstrate that is false. She would know that if she visited the site. Go to the next one, Mike. Here are some other photographs of 380 Barron's Lane. Jaffe's original design is on the left, and Mr. Edelman's house today is on the right. Again, notice the deep soffit in the center of the house with the 3 windows beneath it. How did Ms. Regev miss that change? It's elemental to the house. The roof line has completely changed. The eastern soffit has been removed. The skylights on the southwestern roof have been removed and replaced with a roof deck. You don't need to be an architect to figure that out. On the right on this slide, we see Mr. Edelman's house when he purchased it in 2002. And you see the house as it exists today. Again, look at those skylights on the southwestern roof that have been removed and replaced with the roof deck. The windows beneath that have all been changed in size and function. There are sliders where one of the windows used to be. The roof line has changed. And here is this soffit. I mean, that's been completely removed. How does she miss that? How do you rely on her as a credible expert and forward this application when this is the work product you have in front of you? Relying on that, it has to be considered arbitrary and capricious. There's no other conclusion you can draw. You will hear later from Dr. Cooperman that these changes are key departures from Jaffe's original design. Consider again, looking at these photographs, the credibility of your expert's report. The removal of the elemental stone cladding and replacement with cedar shingle. The installation of white stone at grade, which is completely different from the granite stone that Ms. Regev testified tonight was elemental to this design. She missed that. It's visible from aerials. This was all missed by your expert, and unfortunately for what you've characterized time and time again as your application, it fatally undermines it. The only conclusion anyone reasonable can draw is that Ms. Regev did not do her homework, did not visit this site, and wrote a report with a predetermined result in mind, and that this board staff and you did not critically review her report before adopting it. And by the way, Mr. Edelman, as a 25-year taxpayer of this village, should not have to hire and pay lawyers and experts to decipher this report. You are the government. You are the municipality. You should produce a report that he can rely on, and he can't. The report is part of the board's application, and you, as a board and the members of your staff, should have identified these problems before wholesale adopting the report at the first public hearing. Today, Mr. Edelman had my office delivered to the building department binders for each of you, containing over 3,000 pages of evidence. This evidence includes color photographs of the site's existing conditions that had to be taken by our consultants paid by Mr. Edelman, architectural plans and renderings not in the record before you when you adopted Ms. Regev's report and indicated that you wanted to landmark these houses. Have you looked at any of this before you said you wanted to landmark these houses? Did you even know it existed? There is no way for you to vote in favor of designating these houses, or at least Mr. Edelman's house, that cannot be considered at this point an abuse of your discretion. Your application, by its very nature, seeks to preserve forever this site's existing condition. Yet, Ms. Regev's report contains no photographs of existing conditions of this site. Not one. You don't even know what you want to landmark. You don't even know what you want to preserve. The latest photographs of this house that you have in your application is from 2023, and that's of only one elevation. That alone is irrational. We had to provide these photographs to you at tabs 67 and 156, and I can tell none of you have looked at them. As a board, you require any residential project to provide you with 7 sets of elevations from all directions on any application. Yet your own application here, despite the unprecedented breadth of the application and the financial harm you may cause Mr. Edelman and the other homeowners and this village, if there's a litigation commenced against it as to overturn your decision, does not include all of the elevations of this house, despite Ms. Regev working at Columbia and having access to the plans. This alone renders this application arbitrary, capricious, and irrational. The board's process in this matter suffers from incurable deficiencies. The first fatal flaw in the board's process is that you didn't hire an objective expert, despite Justice Modeleski telling you to do that in excoriating language. He stated in his decision, the board hired consultant, this is in the Bliss decision, Alistair Gordon. He was an unabashed Jaffe admirer and could not possibly be considered an objective expert, as evidenced by his participation in a social media campaign to save the Bliss House. The board made the same exact error here by retaining Kate Regev to prepare a so-called short list of 5 homes from local landmark designation based on a so-called long list of 10 to 15 homes developed by modernist preservation advocacy group Hampton's 20th Century Modern. Tim Godbold, who founded and runs Hampton 20th Century Modern, captained the campaign to save the Bliss House. Since 2022, Hampton's 20th Century Modern has held an annual tour event focused on raising awareness about modernist homes in the Hamptons in the hopes of saving as many as they can. How do we know this? We've searched on Instagram, and we've found posts by Mr. Mr. Godbold, indicating that he that the preservation of the Bliss House couldn't have happened without the Southampton Architectural Review Board. And here is Paul Goldberger saying, "Thank you for serving as a captain of this effort." Spectacular news, Mr. Goldberger says. Here's a periodical put out by Hampton's 20th Century Modern saying that they want to save the date, August 13th, 2023. They're going to focus on Jaffe houses. And Mr. Godbold says, "Our mission at Hampton's 20th Century Modern is to raise awareness about architectural gems on the east end of Long Island. Unfortunately, many of these important houses are being torn down, but it's not too late to call attention to them in the hopes of saving as many as we can." And where was Kate Regev on August 13th, 2024, the day before she signed her proposal to act in support of this board's pursuit and later application to designate our client's home as a landmark? Now, she was at the Hampton's 20th Century Modern house saving tour. Here she is with a friend of hers. There's Ms. Regev. She said she had a great day, enjoyed great company. She posts 2 heart emojis. And then there's Tim Godbold saying, "Thank you for joining us." This is one day before you hired this expert. And by the way, none of this was turned over to us. On March 25th, I appeared at a public hearing, and I asked you as a board, I asked your attorney and your staff to preserve all of your emails, all of your communications, all of your text messages relative to this application.
Wait, you think that I knew that this woman that I never met attended this event that I've never heard of?
I can, yeah.
I can interrupt his presentation. Yes, I can.
I don't.
You just made an accusation.
I haven't accused. I said I asked you to do it, right? My consultants know.
For the record, I did read that as an accusation. But go ahead.
My consultants know to preserve all their communications when I tell them to. How did you hire this woman? This is exactly what you did in the Bliss case. You hired an advocate, right? It's the same thing you did. Mr. Edelman, again, as a 25-year taxpayer of this village, should not need to pay me to conduct social media searches to determine whether or not this board, an advocacy group, and your consultant are engaged in some kind of undisclosed effort to designate his home as a landmark. And here's Ms. Regev also on August 13th at a home in East Hampton. She's also there at the Jewish Center of the Hamptons, which we know was designed by Mr. Jaffe. None of this is disclosed to us.
You honestly think that we would know to disclose to you that she was at a Jaffe building in East Hampton? Do you think that's reasonable? I'm not talking to you, John. Do you think that's reasonable?
I think it's reasonable for you to hire objective consultants, which is what Justice
wasn't
Modeleski
my
orders
question.
you to do.
That was not my question. My question was, do you think it's reasonable that we would consider if she was at a Jaffe building?
She should have disclosed it to you, sir. She should have disclosed it to you.
Okay.
Here's Ms. Regev's proposal to prepare a short list of homes designated on a long list of homes one day after she attended Hampton 20th Century Modern's event. August 13th was the event. Here's her proposal on August 14th, saying that she's going to create this list based upon the recommendations of an advocacy group like Hampton's 20th Century Modern. Sure, sorry. Two things are notable about this. First, Ms. Regev never distinguishes or critically explained how she, the planning director in Hampton's 20th Century Modern, reduced the long list of homes that she started with to the short list of homes, which is required, and in and of itself is irrational. How did she arrive at 5 houses? How did she arrive, why not 4? Why not 6? And second, did this board seriously think you could retain a credible expert to study these homes for less than $3,000? Did you really think you'd obtain a defensible report for the sum of less than $600 per home? Did you consider, in light of this record, which is frankly appalling, the risk you're exposing the village and yourselves to for less than $600 per home? You didn't. There was a reason why her proposal cost $2,900 and $29.99. Because $29.99 is $1 below the sum that would have required this board to consult with and obtain a village trustee's approval. And you would have had to obtain 2 estimates for the proposed report, which this board apparently did not want to do because the estimates would have been exposed to scrutiny. This board knows how to solicit proposals from vendors and evaluate those vendors in connection with conducting a proper survey. The scoring sheet we show here asks these questions as to the expert's methodological approach, interest of multiple stakeholders, and validation methods. There was no such scoring sheet used here for evaluating Ms. Regev. And by the way, where are the village stakeholders in this process? The record doesn't lack overwhelming indication that any citizens of the village, other than yourselves, have expressed a desire for the village to undertake this unprecedented landmarking of modernist homes. This board was not established to serve the interest of advocacy groups or your subjective interests. The board represents the interests of the entire community, including Mr. Edelman. Here's some more Instagram posts of Hampton's 20th Century Modern where your supposed objective expert is liking the posts of an organization dedicated to saving Jaffe homes, further undermining Ms. Regev's report. On the left, she likes a photograph here of 1840 Meadow Lane. This is another Jaffe-designed oceanfront home located within the village. Where does Ms. Regev critically analyze this home in comparison to Mr. Edelman's home, or the home represented by Mr. Walsh? That was also designed by Mr. Jaffe. She doesn't. So we know why this home is not being, we don't know why this home is not being considered for designation. Nor do we know why Ms. Regev's review of Mr. Edelman's house, or why Ms. Regev reviews Mr. Edelman's house as more significant than this home. Again, that's arbitrary, capricious, and irrational, and it flies in the face of Judge Modeleski's order. Here's another Instagram post where Ms. Regev likes a post by Susan Horowitz, who I see is here tonight. She's the director of Hampton's 20th Century Modern. She likes this post before the first public hearing on this matter. Hampton's 20th Century Modern's post indicates that this board, now this is before any of this is public, is going to consider the designation of 380 Barron's Lane. Like Alistair Gordon before, Ms. Regev then likes Ms. Horowitz's post supporting the preservation of Mr. Edelman's home and this board's application without any input from Mr. Edelman and without reviewing any evidence challenging Ms. Regev's conclusions. You see here, I'm sorry, Mike. Then, after the first public hearing was held, your objective expert indicated in response to a post by Ms. Horowitz that, quote, she can't wait to listen to Ms. Horowitz's recent podcast about preserving the very homes that are issuing this application. Ms. Horowitz then responds that Ms. Horowitz and Ms. Regev should talk soon. Ms. Regev in response liked that post. Like Mr. Gordon in the Bliss matter, and I'll quote from Justice Modeleski's decision, through her public conduct in attending events held by an advocacy group and her public comments on Instagram, liking the positions of Hampton's 20th Century Modern and its director, Susan Horowitz, Ms. Regev, and again, before Mr. Edelman had an opportunity to even know this was going on, hire lawyers or challenge the recommendations of this board, assume the mantle in the community as an interested party, wholly committed to this board's stated desire to landmark Mr. Edelman's home. That is irrational and an abuse of discretion. Ms. Regev testified earlier tonight, and the board was listening, that Mr. Edelman's house has only had minimal interventions. In response to one of our FOIL requests, the building department disclosed to us that files were shared with Ms. Regev. Included in those files were the 2 photos that you see here to the right. Based on their file names and on statements that Chairman McIntyre made after he moved to adopt Ms. Regev's report at the February 12th, 2024 meeting, we believe that Chairman McIntyre took these photographs and gave them to Ms. Regev. But the photos are found nowhere in Ms. Regev's report. Why is that? When we were reviewing Ms. Regev's report, Mr. Mirdamani and I noticed that of the 5 properties that she references, only 1 property did not have a photograph of its south elevation. That seemed odd to us, and we wondered why. This is what we saw of the south-facing elevation of Mr. Edelman's house. And this slide is damning, and it shows that Ms. Regev's report is not worth the paper it's written on. As an adjunct professor at Columbia University, Ms. Regev had access to the entire Norman Jaffe collection at Columbia's Avery Library. That collection includes over 50 different architectural drawings of 380 Barons. They're at tab 68 in the binders we've provided to you. These are the plans. I suspect none of you have ever looked at them. As the Architectural Review Board, when presented with Ms. Regev's report, did a single one of you ask why there is only part of one elevation in a report as to 380 Barons Lane? You consistently require citizens who make applications before you on residential projects to submit all elevations, not just one. But here in your application, you're accepting one. And Mr. Hewlett will testify that this conduct falls far below the standards you should adhere to. The board's adoption of this report without the inclusions of these plans calls into question the impartiality of the entire board and its staff well before February 12th, 2024. When this board adopted Ms. Regev's report, the photographs were taken of the south-facing elevation of the Edelman home by Mr. McIntyre. They were delivered to Ms. Regev. But never before tonight did she or Mr. McIntyre revise their opinion that this house had suffered only minimal interventions. Mr. Edelman or the citizens of this board who paid her deserve to know what's happening to this house if you're going to landmark it. These photographs that Mr. McIntyre took demonstrate that meaningful modifications to key elements of the only public-facing facade of this house have been made. And eroding confidence in this board's objectivity is that neither Mr. McIntyre nor Mr. Wallach nor Ms. Regev pointed this out in an effort to correct Ms. Regev's flatly false conclusion that she even made tonight, that the Edelman home has been subject only to one significant intervention. At this point, with the record before you, any conclusion by this board to landmark this house will be considered by a court to be irrational and an abuse of your discretion. Again, and I've said this more than once, I know, Mr. Edelman should not have to pay lawyers to decipher and debunk your expert's report. To do so, he had to pay Columbia University $2,500 to get these plans that were accessible to this board. That's almost as much as you paid for your expert's report. Why did he have to do that? Why didn't you do this work? Here's your application checklist that you require of anybody appearing before you. And by the way, your application checklist has folding requirements, right? Anybody who wants to produce a plan to you has specific requirements on how they must fold plans. 7 sets of photographs of existing conditions at the property.
You need to speak into the microphone.
Sorry. 7 sets of photographs of existing conditions at the property from all directions. You don't have that in your application. 2 sets of folded sets of elevations and 7 sets of elevations. You don't have the elevations, and yet you're seeking to landmark this house. You don't have site conditions. You don't have current photographs of this house. You don't even know what you're seeking to landmark. Now, I'll say one thing about the conduct of the chairman. Mr. McIntyre, well, I'll back up. So the point of this is the board, when pursuing its own application, can have a lower standard of proof than what it requires from a citizen applicant. And Mr. McIntyre cannot, on the one hand, act as an agent for this board's consultant, who apparently never visited the site, and then sit in judgment of the application when he's plainly aware of and failed to raise to anybody, including the public, including Mr. Edelman, that the expert's conclusions are absolutely false, because the fact is demonstrated by the photos that the chairman took. This is an excerpt from Ms. Regev's report, which she repeated here tonight, that only one significant renovation that has had an impact on the exterior of the Edelman home has taken place. Do you now believe that to be true? Here are aerial photographs of Mr. Edelman's home from 2019 to 22. These photographs are publicly available to anyone willing to take the time to find them. On the Southampton Geographic Information System, which I assume Mr. Wallach has access to, I know your council does, there are 40 plus aerial photographs showing this construction project, which you'll note the only publicly viewable elevation of this home is effectively entirely removed and engaged in a massive construction project. How did your expert miss this? We've provided 25 of these photos to you at tab 155 of your binder. Not one of these aerials was mentioned by or made its way into Ms. Regev's report. Neither Mr. Wallach nor anyone on this board took the time to find them and point them out to correct Ms. Regev's conclusions. How can you feel comfortable at this point relying on any of her recommendations? This is like a doctor in a personal injury case testifying about half of an x-ray, and then when confronted with the full x-ray showing fractures. This is outrageous. Here's a slide of Mr. Edelman's house, which I will note throughout Ms. Regev's report, she says it's located at 1820 Meadow Lane. It's not. It's at 380 Barron's Lane. Here the board permitted, and we're going to show you a video clip. Go ahead, Mike. Okay, I can just go through it. So, go ahead, Mike. This is a video clip of Mr. Wallach summarizing the Regev report, and in his summary, he reaches the end. This is at the March 11th, 2024 public hearing. He reaches the end of his summary, scrolling through, and stops abruptly because he says, "Whoops! Oh, there is no photograph of this home from the beach." And none of you said anything. None of you questioned why there was no photograph of the home from the beach. None of you said, why are there no photographs? Why are there no elevations? Why are there no color photographs of this home that's been described as being so special because it had a red terracotta roof and red paving stones? None of you asked anything. You just adopted it. The lack of critical attention paid to Ms. Regev's report demonstrates that there was no scrutiny paid to it by this board or to its own application, despite the unprecedented seriousness of what you're trying to do and the financial harm you're exposing these homeowners to, and the village, and perhaps yourselves, if there's a litigation to overturn this board's decision. Go to the next one. We have some video clips here. Maybe they won't work, but you'll remember from Justice Modeleski's decision that he was critical of this board in the Bliss case because he determined the board was improperly predisposed to preserving the Bliss House before hearing any testimony or considering any of Mr. Bliss's offers of proof. He said this predisposition was evidenced by then Chairman Broadleaf's statement that I want to make sure that we're clear, this is a significant house. It's a Norman Jaffe house. You know now you made the same mistake on March 11th, when both Chairman McIntyre and then board member Broadleaf, who I see here tonight, made similar statements in adopting Ms. Regev's short list of homes at the first public hearing. Chairman McIntyre and member Broadleaf made these statements without evaluating any of Mr. Edelman's evidence, based now on a completely flawed expert report. Adopted it wholesale, and both of you said you wanted to designate these hearings. And let's remember too, for 6 months now, you've had evidence in your possession that Ms. Regev's report was flawed. And we're standing here tonight, you never told us about it. That's outrageous. Go to the next one. Justice Modeleski's decision talked about how you failed to distinguish in your determination prior certificates of appropriateness to demolish Jaffe homes. In 2003, you permitted the demolition of a Jaffe home, and in 2018, you did because of FEMA constraints on a Jaffe home. You've done nothing to distinguish why these homes have to be saved when you permitted these homes to be destroyed. This board's been on notice for more than 2 decades that Jaffe-designed oceanfront homes have been at risk for demolition, including for FEMA deficiencies, which our house suffers from. Had the board wanted to protect these homes, it could have and should have undertaken a proper survey to do so. You can't now, on the basis of a $600 report per home, rush to save them in this way. I noticed tonight that Mr. Wallach was very careful to repeatedly say that the board and he undertook a study of these modernist homes. That's not what you told everybody for the last year, including my client. You told everybody, including my client, that you were conducting a survey, but that's not what you did. Ms. Regev's August 2023 proposal was to develop a short list of homes report. The proposal's first page says so, and the quoted phrase is used throughout the document. Never is the term survey used in her proposal, nor does the proposal use the term list of buildings. Yet, Chairman McIntyre concluded the board's August 2023 meeting by moving to accept the proposal and claiming, strangely, it was one for a survey list of buildings. It wasn't. Survey list of buildings doesn't appear in the proposal. We're not sure why Chairman McIntyre said that. Not only is Chairman McIntyre's survey reference found nowhere in the proposal, but it's also contrary to what Ms. Cooley said in introducing the agenda item. Here's Ms. Regev's proposal. Survey list of buildings, I challenge you to locate that terminology anywhere in the report. Short list of homes, homes, homes. Repeatedly stated throughout. And by the way, at this time, while you're doing all of this, the public could have assumed that maybe you were doing your job, right? Like, oh, they're doing a survey. That's what they're supposed to do. You didn't let anybody know that you were targeting residences, right? They thought, oh, maybe they're looking at the business district. Then the board misrepresents to the public that Ms. Regev's proposal was for a survey list of buildings in the village when the board approved the minutes of its August 28th, 2023 meeting. Motion by the chair, seconded by Ms. Stevenson, to accept the proposal from Kate Regev, AIA, for a survey list of buildings in the village. That's October 30th, 2023. No resident of the village could have thought that you might be targeting their residence or a modernist home. So I don't know what you were doing there, but for months, this was hidden from the public. I want to point out just one thing too. We received Ms. Regev's proposal only through our colleague, Mr. Walsh, who delivered it to us because it was produced to him in response to one of his FOIL requests. As of this date, as we sit here, it's still not published on your website. It's not published by the building department. Despite our multiple FOIL requests and appeals that we've made, it's never been delivered to us. The board's failure to publish this proposal in light of what you're trying to do is extraordinary. Because the board routinely publishes contracts it enters into on its website. And why is her proposal still being hidden from the public? We have no idea. Here, and this contradicts what Mr. Wallach said tonight, is his February 27th, 2024 notice of proposed landmark designation to Mr. Edelman, advising Mr. Edelman in congratulatory tone, your house, I'm going to have to just go up because I can't see it. Your home's noteworthy design was documented as part of a survey commissioned by the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. And then he goes on to say the criteria to figure out, Mr. Edelman, what's going on here is in 65-3A. That's the wrong code section. 65, right? So consider yourself a homeowner receiving this letter. You might say, wow, they're doing what they're supposed to do. I was part of a survey. That's a lot of work. They must have spent a lot of money and spent a lot of time. You might induce somebody not to show up here and pay lawyers. Thankfully, Mr. Edelman did. Because this would have just kind of run on and you would have landmarked his house, letting him think that you'd done the work you were supposed to do and you didn't. The board has another flaw. It can't credibly contend that Jaffe or his original design of 380 Barron's Lane is exceptionally important because you, having spoken on the topic now for 2 years and being told by Justice Modeleski that you're wrong, don't understand Jaffe's history in this village. The board's years-long claim in this matter and the Bliss matter that the Bliss House was the first Jaffe-designed house to be built in this village has been wrong for over 2 years. In your decision on the Bliss application, you state, the board points to the significance of the Bliss House in that it was the first Norman Jaffe house constructed in the village. Subsequent houses built by Jaffe were a result of the Bliss House's success. You restate this false statement in your memorandum of law to Justice Modeleski. Mr. McIntyre restated this in a hearing transcript saying it was the first Jaffe commissioned house. You even repeated this lie to the appellate division, second department. 4 times in litigation papers, you've repeated this lie. It's flatly wrong, demonstrating you don't understand Jaffe's history in the village. The Bliss House was not the first Jaffe-designed home to be built in the village. Jaffe designed I'll call it the D. Montelazomo house at 71 Pheasant Lane before the Bliss House. That house was well underway in February 1978 before Mr. Bliss even filed his building permit application. Neither Jaffe nor his original design of 380 Barron's Lane can be considered exceptionally important because the board itself has never understood Jaffe's role in this village. The board concealed from the public that Ms. Regev was hired to prepare a short list of homes for 6 months and then adopted her report on February 12, 2024 without any public notice. The agenda for the board's February 12, 2024 meeting contained no mention of Ms. Regev or her report, much less the board's planned adoption of it. You see your agenda there. And we have the video clip, which we won't play, but when you get down to the end of the Glenn and Rochelle McGrath application, it says new matters, none. At which point, All of the lawyers and other people who were working on applications that night leave the room. Mr. McIntyre then turns to Mr. Wallach and says, "We have one more matter." Ms. Cooley is clearly aware of it. Mr. McIntyre opens his computer, having discussion points. You then all engage in a full discussion of Kate Regev's modernist review of homes. Absolutely no one in the public knew you were doing that. I don't know of a judge who wouldn't consider that conduct illegal, arbitrary, and irrational, and a complete abuse of your discretion. Here's some evidence perhaps of some coordination between the Village and Hampton's 20th Century Modern. This is taking place at least 2 weeks before my client was even aware that his home was being targeted. Tim Godbold launched a social media campaign in support of the board's proposed landmark designation on February 13th, 2024. Strangely, one day after the meeting that nobody in the public knew was happening. How did Tim Godbold know about it? Who told him? This was 2 days before Ms. Regev's report was posted to the Village website. And shockingly, it was 2 weeks before the date on Mr. Wallach's February 27th notice of proposed landmark designation was sent to Mr. Edelman. As in the Bliss matter, Mr. Godbold on Instagram told his followers, "Don't worry, I will send you letters supporting the board's landmarking efforts." He says they should be sent to Mr. Wallach. Someone says, "Tim, do you have any sample letters or outlines to go by?" "Sure, we can send you something." That's all 2 weeks before my client knows about any of this, and before members of the public know about it. Despite all that conduct, on March 11th, Mr. Edelman asked for an adjournment of the public hearing that was scheduled for March 11th, indicating to you that he had only days before received notice of this unprecedented attempt to designate his home. That application was effectively denied. The board took testimony from 2 advocates in support of the landmarking application. Later, Ms. Cooley testified to this board that had to happen because members of the public had come to attend the meeting, but the 2 people who spoke on the Edelman house appeared via Zoom. There was absolutely no reason to take testimony that night, and he was therefore deprived of the ability to challenge those statements in real time, either through himself or through a lawyer. I'll go through this quickly. Section 65(1) of your code, and Mr. Sussman's going to talk about this, and this is the one that I find interesting, is Section 5, to protect property values in Southampton Village. Look at your application. Is there any consideration or analysis of what you're doing here tonight and the impact it'll have on the property values of these homes? There's none. You've failed in meeting one of your statutory requirements. Not a single word, except Ms. Regev acknowledges that at least my client's home is on a piece of property that is likely worth more than his home, right? She concedes that the value of the land is perhaps higher than the home itself. Because Mr. Edelman's home is fewer than 50 years old, you have to also move towards the second prong of your test in 65(3)(e)(2) to determine whether or not this property is one of exceptional importance. Ms. Regev kind of went through it in a very cursory way here. This house is not of exceptional importance. Dr. Cooperman and Mr. Hewitt will go through that with you. The exceptional importance criteria in 65(e)(3) for properties under 50 years old is an extraordinarily high burden that is informed by the Department of Interior's National Register Bulletin number 22. Assessing exceptional importance requires a substantial amount of research and evidence, usually through a survey, which you have not done, although you told everyone you did. The evidence must be clear, but it should be overwhelming. The standard requires a scholarly comparative analysis, which I've told you does not exist here, of the significance of the property at issue against other properties in the area that portray the same values or associations in question. Where in your report is a comparison of Mr. Walsh's house to mine, or to 1840 to mine, or the Bliss house to mine? The comparison does not exist because you didn't pay for it. It cannot be met by simply saying at issue the property satisfied the less stringent standards in 65-3A. Contrary to the board's position in its recent publication to village homeowners, the criteria of the BARHP is not the standard for local landmark designation. That may be your fantasy, but it isn't. You have to follow your code, and you have to follow the National Register and Department of Interior guidelines, which, Mr. Chairman, you told now Mayor Manger that you were following, and you're not following them. I'm going to turn, with your permission, our presentation over to Dr. Cooperman. Dr. Cooperman has 35 years of professional experience as a historic preservation and cultural resource management consultant. She has a master's degree and a PhD in the history, she has a master's of science and a PhD in the history of art with a specialty in architectural and landscape history from the University of Pennsylvania. She's been asked to opine tonight for us on whether or not this house satisfies the requirements for local landmark designation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm assuming, can everybody hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for confirming that. I always have trouble with this, so give me a minute to figure it out. I'm used to using Teams, but when I have to do this in Zoom, sometimes things don't work as I wish they did.
Trust me, we all share your pain.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you see the, there, you see the
Yes,
PowerPoint? I think you
yes.
do. Okay,
Yeah, we
great.
see it now.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you very much. Before I start, I want to acknowledge my my colleague Kyle Toth, whose name you see up there on the screen, who is also in the meeting tonight. He worked with me on this. Both of us are fully federally qualified as architectural historians under 36 CFR 61. Not to toot my own horn, but my qualifications pretty much substantially exceed those requirements of those qualification standards. A couple more words about who I am. As Brian mentioned, I am a historic preservation consultant. I'm an architecture and landscape historian. I've been in practice for roughly 35 years, probably a little bit more, but who's counting? One of the areas of my practice that has been over time an area of particular expertise has been in the evaluation of properties for designation in general, but post-World War II American properties in particular. And I'm going to talk about how I go about doing that, and based primarily on a group of projects that I have done. Before I do that, I should also mention that in terms of modernist American buildings, I'm a former board member of the Philadelphia chapter of DACA-MOMO. And I also formerly served as the research director for the Architectural Archives of the University of Pennsylvania, which holds the archives, among others, of Louis Kahn, whose Richard's Lab you're seeing here in the lower left. The images that you're seeing correspond to designation projects that I have been extremely fortunate, sorry, wrong one, to have participated in. And more specifically, you're looking at the General Motors Technical Center on the upper left by Eero Saarinen, which was designed and built between really 1949, 1956, although the project actually started back in 45. The Beth Shalom Synagogue, the only synagogue by Frank Lloyd Wright, in Elkins Park, outside of Philadelphia, designed and built between 1953 and 1959. GM Tech, I didn't mention, is in Warren, Michigan, outside of Detroit, and the Richards and Goddard's Laboratories on the lower left. And on the lower right, the New York State Pavilion of the 64-65 World's Fair by Philip Johnson. And for all of these, I was engaged to write National Historic Landmark nominations and a National Register nomination, actually also for the New York Pavilion. And I'll talk very specifically about GM Tech and Beth Shalom and the Richards and Goddard's labs as kind of illustrations of how you go about doing this. And even I was very pleased to hear Ms. Regev talk about the kinds of documentation that I have is crucial, in my opinion, and to be examining in order to make a case and to find evidence for historical significance. I mean, one of the things that we have when we look at post-World War II buildings is that we have a published and archival record. And most important, we have a published record, because historic significance is about how people have viewed a property. How have they considered it? Have they seen it as important in the time in which it was created? And have critics and historians assessed the significance of these properties as being important since the period of its creation? So those are really kind of two buckets, but and both are very important. Both are two different categories of evidence. But even though I'm talking about National Historic Landmark significance here and national significance, the kinds of procedures and the kinds of evidence that I'm going to talk about are evidence that you would look at for any kind of designation of a post-World War II building at any level, be it local, be it state, be it national. So if you're talking about a property that is significant solely in the history of the village, you would look at these same kinds of sources. You would look for them and you would analyze them and read them and take into account what they're telling you or not telling you. One of the really important categories that is, I think it's very hard for people to get their brain really wrapped around, is the category of negative evidence. If you don't find something and you look really carefully, what does that tell you? That usually tells you that people didn't consider it to be important. And that's a very separate thing from providing an opinion that is not supported by this kind of track record, which is crucial for the argumentation that I've made multiple times successfully for National Register nominations, for nominations for local designation, and for National Historic Landmark nominations for buildings and for recordation projects. I'm sorry, I can't remember everything I've done. For General Motors, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with it, it's a pretty well-known project. What I found in researching it is, and this is one very important category, which is publication in contemporary professional journals. You may be familiar with some of their names. Architectural Forum or Architectural Record are some of the ones that are particularly important or prolific, I can't quite think of the right adjective, in the period that we're talking about, in documenting how people were looking at these buildings and whether they thought they were important at the time, and what, if they thought they were important, exactly what did they think was important about them. And what you see with GM Tech is that even in its earliest stage, this is from before this is not the final version as you saw from the actual built version. This is a version that was much more informed by Eliel Saarinen. This is really the work of Eero Saarinen. And after his father sadly passed away during the course of the project. So right from the very beginning, this GM Tech is kind of on the scene in the form of these contemporary professional journals, and that continues all the way through until its completion. And it's not just often you'll see publications in Architectural Record or Architectural Forum or any of these journals where you'll just see a picture, and that's always a slightly equivocal register of significance. You say, well, somebody noticed it, but often there'll be an addition of a group of houses, for example, the record houses in Architectural Record. And you go through and you see some of these people were clearly kind of flashes in the pan, and some of them are not. Some of them have a more sustained reputation and record as time goes on. But you can see, I'm sorry, I'm putting so much text on the screen, but I'm doing it because it gives you a sense of that really fleshed out understanding of what people thought of this property and whether it was significant at the time. And then in '56, when the campus is actually opened, you get the hyperbole only just goes up. This is GM in its actual factual glory. I mean, there was a great GM PR machine behind this, but it wasn't just the professional press that caught on to this and was sort of seduced by this perception of GM Tech. It made it into the popular press. This is, as you can see, the Detroit News Pictorial Magazine. And there's a lot of evidence of newspaper articles being written about it, and popular magazines that depict it. So this is, when you're talking about a place like GM Tech, you're kind of overwhelmed with data. But you still have to, in all of these cases for designation, you have to corral this information and present it as the foundation of a well-reasoned argument that's based on those data. Otherwise, you're really talking about connoisseurship, and that's a very different thing. And then just, we were just looking at all of the contemporary discussions of GM Tech and how it was received at the time. But this is that other category.
I don't mean to interrupt, but in the interest of time, because we have a long meeting, can you sort of bring this down to, where it's applicable to what we're talking about tonight?
Yeah, sure.
Wait, excuse me. Ms. Regev had an opportunity to present her entire report. Absolutely. And Dr. Cooperman should be able to present her report without interruption. It's relevant. She has far better qualifications than Ms. Regev. She'll get there.
I understand. I don't think anybody wants to be here all night. I will try to do this as expeditiously as possible, but I do think there's some important there. Believe me, I do understand. One of the things I didn't mention is that I chair the Historic Designation Committee for the Philadelphia Historical Commission, on which I sit, and believe me, I have sat through very long presentations that I did not really want to sit through. So the point being that this is that other bucket, that you have contemporary documentation about people thinking about what this place is important, and then you have a later critical and scholarly evaluation that confirms that. And this is from Alice Friedman's recent book, American glamour. Okay, so Beth Shalom. My point about Beth Shalom is the fact that, it's Frank Lloyd Wright. Everybody says, oh my gosh, Frank Lloyd Wright, everything about him is important. No, that's not true. If you read, for example, National Register Bulletin 15, they use Frank Lloyd Wright as a very specific example of the fact that not every building by Frank Lloyd Wright is important just by virtue of the fact that it was designed by him. You have to make a case for why that building is important within the context of his work. And Beth Shalom, which is its only synagogue, it's contemporary with the Guggenheim Museum, is a, why is that important? It's important because at the time it was singled out shortly after Wright's death. He died just before the building opened, as one of a group of a small number of buildings by Wright that were particularly worthy of long-term preservation by the National Trust and in various publications. So it has a track record. There's evidence, and that was why I was able to achieve the National Historic Landmark designation for that, because not every Frank Lloyd Wright building is worthy of landmark designation, or even listing in the National Register. And then the reason I included the Goddard Labs is because at the time of the designation, we had to get past the question of exceptional importance, because it had finished in 1965. And when I wrote the nomination, it was not yet 50 years old. And again, in order to make the case for designation, I had to find the track record, the evidence that within the context of the period and of Kahn's work, that this building was exceptionally important. It wasn't just that, I like it particularly. It was that there is the writing in the period, there is scholarly evaluation after the period of construction that documents the fact that it has been considered and is understood historically to be exceptionally important. And that was the way that we got it to be designated as a National Historic Landmark, because we had to get past that particular question. So if we turn to 380 Barron's Lane, I think as Brian Doyle mentioned, I think one of the crucial aspects of this project is understanding the relationship between how it exists today and how it existed at the time that it was designed and built by Norman Jaffe. But I want to get to this question of the track record that I've been talking about in terms of these other modernist buildings. And there are quite a few of Jaffe's projects that were published in those professional journals and I won't try to name them all because we would be here for hours, because I'd have to go back and find them all. But they, and it's not that they're an exceptionally large number. It's that they did exist. But that building, the building at the Cohen House, the project at 380 Barron's Lane, it's really two buildings, as has been mentioned, so forgive me for that omission. That particular project was specifically excluded from Houses of the Hamptons. How do I know that? Because Paul Goldberger included a section on Norman Jaffe. He included a number of projects that were designed by Norman Jaffe. Norman Jaffe wrote to Paul Goldberger and provided information at Goldberger's request for the book. And the description that Kate Regev gave a little bit earlier came from that letter. But in the end, Goldberger decided that he would not include it, presumably because he didn't think it measured up. And it's the interesting thing is that Goldberger specifically makes a distinction between Norman Jaffe's work before the period in which the 380 Barron's Lane buildings were designed and built, and ones that are contemporary. And he calls the ones from this later period grander, splashier, and in a number of cases almost bombastic and not a little vulgar, not very complimentary. So this period in Jaffe's work is generally not received, understood to be as significant as historically significant or as successful as designs as the houses of the earlier period. And in his monograph, and a word about Alistair Gordon's monograph, I would, speaking as an architectural historian and a scholar, and as someone who's written a monograph on a artisan and designer, it would be a scholarly omission if an author like Mr. Gordon did not discuss thoroughly the work of an architect. And he does talk about the 380 Barons, the Cohen House. He's not complimentary about it, though. He clearly has mixed feelings, and that is clear in my full report. I'm not going to try to quote the whole thing now, but he also talks about this period as being very problematic, and you see the quote here. The only instance of this building being published in a contemporary source is the New York Times article that Ms. Regev referred to. Yes, it was in the New York Times. I'm old enough to remember that, and I suspect some of the people who are in the meeting may also be, when the printed version of the Times had regional sections. I grew up in Philadelphia, and we used to get the New Jersey section. And I assume the people on Long Island got the Long Island Weekly section. This is not the architecture critic of the Times writing about this building. This is really an article that's also not entirely complimentary to what's going on, of the phenomenon of very large houses with wealthy clients being built in the Hamptons. And that's really, I can't say that it's different, but not too kooky. That's not an appraisal that is being written by an architecture critic. That's Mr. Cohen himself. But if that's not the kind of praise that I would want to see in order to achieve an assessment and of significance, let alone exceptional significance. And I think I want to quickly, I won't going to belabor this point in the interest of time, address Ms. Regev's discussion of Criterion 1. And I would note that every property everywhere, but also in the village of Southampton, is part of a political, economic, or social history. Those are forces that shape every property. But in order to, we're talking about the distinction here between what's old and what's historically significant. Something has to have a property in order to be historically significant and therefore worthy of designation, has to have some distinction within that social historical context. There has to be some evidence, again, there has to be some track record that indicates that it was influential, that it was important, and that is another case of negative evidence. There's our research, and we really did scour the landscape and shake the bushes and find everything that we can that was published. There was no indication that there was any special quality within the context. Your ordinance talks about special. Within the context of the development of the period. Yes, it's associated with the period of development. Every building is. So I just want to review very quickly the alterations. As Mr. Doyle mentioned, the original color scheme is one that's very different from the earlier houses by Norman Jaffe, the ones that in the sense that the dominance of this red roof This was not just a red painted roof. This was red tile, which is it's the kind of material you put on it's not a sacrificial roof material the way a shingle is. It has a long life. This is Ludovici tile. It could still easily be on the building still today if it hadn't been removed. And the other important factor is that all of the changes that have occurred to the building, and I'll detail those a little bit, and Mr. Doyle talked about those to a certain extent. I think another crucial point about designation is that there is a hard line, and this is hard for people to get. I've encountered this many times, between what are usually called compatible alterations that conceivably might or might not meet the Secretary of Interior's standards for treatment of historic properties, and designation, because designation is the act of defining a historic property. Treatment is what you do after you've already defined it as a historic property, and alterations affect whether you can consider a property significant, particularly if you're talking about it as a significant as a design. And that's absolutely the case here. This is the palette on the interior. It reflected that the warm wood tones that were important, that have been, they're fairly characteristic of a lot of Jaffe houses, not all of them, but quite a lot of them. The warm varnished wood, the warm paving stone. And what I wanted to, I think probably remind most of you, is that one of the core aspects of modernism is the decorative use of construction materials. It's one of the key pieces of minimalism, which is a core property of much of modernist design. The materials themselves are the decoration. The materials themselves are the embellishment. It's not applied ornament. It is the original materials. And so when you remove them and substitute gray toned, weathered wood shingles, when you replace the warm tones of the paving stones on the site, when you change the roof from red tile to that gray shingle, you are fundamentally changing the design. And this is what the interior looks like today. Again, this fundamental, the palette, the tone, the fundamental decorative nature of the materials that Jaffe designed has been changed to alter it completely, to remove his scheme. And as you see this again, this is on the outside. This is actually obviously after the replacement of the roof, but before the removal of the red paving stone of the driveways and of the site of the terracing around the house between the buildings and around the house. Another quick point. Again, a building I'm sure everybody knows. In another, another very crucial point about the decorative use, about modernism is the sculptural form of buildings. The sculptural form of a modernist building is fundamentally crucial, and this is obviously abundantly in evidence at the Guggenheim. But what happened, to the 3D Barron's house is the fact that a key piece of the design, Jaffe design, the sculptural form of Jaffe's building was removed and changed on the southeast facing elevation, which is the only elevation the public can see. And this, it may seem like, oh, well, they just changed that, but this was a crucial shadow line and sculptural form in this building. I remember the first time when my colleague Kyle Toth and I went to the site, And we stood on the beach, and I looked at it, I said, boy, that looks weird. That's just, what is that? And then I discovered that this change had been made, because you can see it does not look like the rest of the building. It does not look like it was intentional, because it wasn't, in terms of the Jaffe design. And this is a crucial piece. It provided a shadow line. Both in the soffit, under the soffit, and the continuation across the elevation, and the protrusion and the changes of materials in the altered window and the introduced upper floor balcony fundamentally changes the geometry of that elevation. And so that you end up, instead of the composition, the sculptural composition that you have in the upper part in this upper image here, you have the substantially changed sculptural quality in the lower image of the elevation. And I believe that's everything, yes. And I would like very quickly to ask my colleague Kyle Totha, worked very closely with me on this, if there's anything he would like to add. I suspect there won't be, but sometimes I forget things and he helps me remember them. So I would ask Kyle to say anything if he has anything he wants to add.
No, Emily, thank you for asking, but I think you've covered everything that we wanted to point out with this meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right, well then that concludes my presentation.
Great.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I want to introduce to you Mark Allen Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt has 45 years of professional experience as an architect, architectural historian, scholar, academic, and author. He's a fellow of the American Institute of Architects and a registered architect in 3 states, including New York. He's been asked to respond to certain opinions of Ms. Regev and to otherwise opine on the board's proposed landmark designation of Mr. Edelman's house.
Thank you, and I want to thank my colleague Emily Cooperman, whom I've worked with and known for decades, an outstanding historian in Philadelphia, and glad that she was able to point out some of the definite problems with the Regev report. I have been practicing architecture for more than 40 years. I began in the 1980s teaching at Rice University. I've taught at 4 major universities. I taught at the 2 leading preservation programs in the United States, Columbia from 1985 to 89, and then at Penn for a couple of years in the 1990s. And I know all about the Columbia program. I will mention that I was an assistant professor of architecture at Columbia, a full-time assistant professor of architecture, and Kate Regev is not a professor of architecture. She is an adjunct at Columbia, and there are distinctions between adjuncts and professors. There is no way that she should claim to be a professor of architecture, even though the specific title would be adjunct professor. Full-time professors are very different from an adjunct professor, and she's teaching a studio, not lecture courses. So I think it's important that you understand the distinction between those posts, okay? I practice architecture now in the state of New Hampshire, but I've done so in New York State. I began my career with a house in Laddingtown, Long Island. It was my first major commission, so I've been here to Long Island. I also designed additions to a house in East Hampton. I've been before many, many boards, historic preservation boards, planning boards. I've been a town architect. I've been on historic preservation commissions. I've consulted for state and local governments. I've written preservation ordinance for state and local governments. And I have never, in my 45 years, seen as shoddy and completely inadequate nomination of a property in my 45 years as this one. This particular nomination is simply not as we said, worth the paper it is written on. It is so inadequate. Again, I've never seen anything like it. Now let me tell you why. First of all, even though your board suggested that it was conducting a survey, a historic resources survey, this is not a historic resources survey. It is a short report listing 5 houses, not a report that makes no assertions that it is a comprehensive survey. But I will tell you that a comprehensive survey, as Emily indicates, is the only basis upon which a historic preservation ordinance, the kind of ordinance that you have, and the kinds of ordinances that are attached to the National Park Service and the National and State Registers of Historic Preservation, it is the only basis upon which landmark designations are given for local, state, or national landmarks. And these surveys, as many of you know, after the 1966 legislation, every state in the nation had surveys conducted for properties that might or might not be eligible for the register. Both the village and the town of Southampton had some of these surveys conducted, even though if buildings not yet 50 years old, perhaps I think in the 1990s or 2000, were not in those surveys, it was certainly incumbent upon any historic preservation commission that was looking forward and wanted to preserve a significant body of houses, that clearly, and Ms. Regev suggests this in a report, that during the last decades of the 20th century, 580 houses were built here. 580 houses. Now, you're going to tell me that 5 of them are worthy of designation, and that somehow the fact that they're modernist houses makes them particularly worthy of designation? There are non-modernist houses that were built during that time by distinguished architects, maybe Bob Stern, for instance. They're not on your list. There was no survey conducted by this board, and it also did not pay for a survey. No one, in my estimation, and this would be no slight to Ms. Regev, no one who's paid $3,000 by a board can conduct anything more than a perfunctory look at the evidence on these particular buildings. It's impossible for anyone, in my estimation, who has any professional credibility or expertise to come before a board like this and simply present credentials and say, I'm going to, for $3,000, I'm going to give you enough evidence for you to landmark these 5 houses. It cannot be done. It cannot be done. I've never seen anything like it. I've never read a report like this. It's simply not adequate as evidence for designating these buildings. Now, in particular, this house. And when we talk about this house, the Norman Jaffe house is, as Emily has mentioned, is not one of his distinguished houses. She's presented all the evidence you need to talk about that. So it is not an exceptional example of his work. Now let me just talk about Jaffe himself. Jaffe started his practice in the 1970s in Bridgehampton. He had an office in Bridgehampton. He did not do a lot of work in Southampton. He did most of his work in other towns, and if you look at all the literature on Jaffe, you understand that Jaffe was not particularly attached with the village of Southampton. And the village of Southampton, quite frankly, because it has so much shingle-style architecture, you would not expect a lot of so-called modernist buildings to be here. So he cannot be considered an architect of significance to this village. Now, I would also argue, unlike Frank Lloyd Wright, Norman Jaffe is not, after subsequent scholarship, and I've written one of the most important books on American residential architecture, The Architect in the American Country House of 1990. In my estimation, Norman Jaffe does not belong amidst the significant residential architects of his time. He simply didn't do enough. His work is completely inconsistent. It has not been, as Emily said, it was not published extensively during the time in national journals. He was not considered among the top architects. And remember that in this area, you had Charles Moore. You had nationally significant architects in the 1970s, 1980s. I studied with some of them who were coming out to the Hamptons. Charles Gwathmey, my wife worked for Charles Gwathmey for a time, who were coming out, erecting houses out here that were very, very distinguished and at the cutting edge of residential architecture in various styles. Most of them were not modernist. Modernism actually stopped in 1950. The modern movement stopped in 1950. Modernism should never be applied to buildings beyond that period, in my opinion. It is by unschooled people, but various styles, including postmodern buildings, were erected here, and many distinguished postmodern buildings probably are amidst those 580 houses. I also want to point out that Ms. Regev tonight suggested in her introduction that she was looking at modern and postmodern homes. Nowhere in her report does that language appear. She consistently uses the word modernist. Now, the reason she uses that is because modernist is in fashion at the moment. People think that modernism should be preserved. It's a label that is thrown on to all sorts of buildings that don't correspond to that term. And it's essentially because of this particular organization wanting to pick out certain buildings. It's clear that the organization wanted to do this, that the label is hung on these 5 houses. One of the houses looks like a Greek temple. It has nothing to do with the sculptural nature of any of the other houses. Is it modernist? I don't know. It's probably not. Is it postmodernist? Perhaps. It's not in the same vein as the other houses, nor are the Jaffe. So it's a Jaffe house. So we got one Jaffe house that looks like a Greek temple, another Jaffe house that has some sculptural forms to it. There's nothing consistent about these buildings, and there is nothing of extraordinary significance either to Norman Jaffe or to this house. And in the history of Southampton, which again, you can read my book on on the 1890s, 1880s. That was the era of significance up to about 1920, where Southampton really became what it is historically, as Kate mentioned. So, for all of those reasons, I cannot believe that this board would consider landmarking 380 Barron's Lane or any of these other buildings, especially on the basis of the flimsy evidence. The last point I want to make is that if I'm a practicing architect, if I were the architect for this client, and I saw that he was being faced with no capacity nor wherewithal to either renovate his house or take it down in the face of the hurricanes, the climate change, the problems that we all know that people are facing on the beaches of these communities. If I were advising him, I would simply say, you must tear the house down. If you don't want your house inundated with water, tear it down and build a house that can withstand a hurricane. This house is dug into the dunes. The primary dune almost overlaps it. It is so close to the water, it has no chance of escaping damage in a hurricane. And what you're doing to this applicant is you're essentially you're binding him. You're making it impossible for him to even provide for the safety of his family. So I'm going to tell him, this is a health and safety issue for you. If you don't do something about this house to prevent it from being landmarked, you're going to place your family in jeopardy. It's as simple as that. That's the kind of thing that this poor man is facing. So landmarking this house has enormous consequences for this particular client, and I can't believe that you're considering it.
Thank you.
Finally, we'd like to introduce to you Eric Sussman. Mr. Sussman has 30 years of professional and academic experience in real estate, accounting, and finance, including as a longtime faculty member at UCLA's Anderson School of Management. He's been recognized as one of the most popular and influential business school professors in the country, having taught more than 150 graduate-level courses. He's been asked to quantify certain components of economic damage, which you are required to review and have not, that Mr. Edelman would suffer if the board were to designate his home as a local landmark.
Just getting my slides up. All right, everyone can see that okay?
We can, thank you.
Okay, good. Well, good evening, and thank you for inviting me to present this evening, or this afternoon. I'm still here in Los Angeles. Without further ado, let me get going. So I have been asked for quite a different role here than what you've heard. I'm really going to talk about the real estate issues and valuation matters for that matter. So I really was retained for a few purposes. One was to really quantify certain components of damages. How would Mr. Edelman be damaged economically if you were to designate his house as a local landmark? Obviously, to respond to certain arguments put forth by Ms. Regev. You've heard already many of those. Perform research, obviously, primary and secondary. That's something we always do in academia, both sources for sure. Prepare a report, which I've submitted to you all earlier today, or council certainly has, and of course to provide testimony. Again, this is quite a slide here. I guess this is a long way of saying I know what I'm talking about. I have lived real estate, accounting, finance for 30 years as an academic, as a practitioner. I've been on UCLA's Anderson School of Management faculty for 30 years, and with the earlier comments about adjuncts, I won't be offended, but I will certainly toot my own horn that I've been named as one of the top 10 most popular business school professors in the entire country, and named one of the 20 most influential business school professors in the country. So I think that speaks for itself. Not only in academia and of course teaching courses, writing, I probably publish and write as much as any other academic at UCLA, so at the business school. I'm a practitioner, so I live and breathe real estate in every way, shape, and form. And I do a lot of expert witness work. I've worked with the IRS and with the Securities and Exchange Commission as an expert as well on both accounting and real estate matters. So I have a lot of experience. Let me just get to the heart of my conclusions so I don't leave you waiting. And again, I don't think this is going to shock any of us sitting here today or listening to this. The current value of the home, as is, without designation, is somewhere between $36 and $38 million. I walked through that math, but again, I doubt I'll get too many objections there. We all know how much oceanfront properties like this are worth. This is where the rubber hits the road, though, and something you all need to very much consider, because the economic harm and impact on designating this home is not inconsequential whatsoever. We're talking about a 25 to 30% impact for reasons I'll discuss. Some of it has to do with that incredible option value related to tearing down homes and building them anew, of course. But it is quite substantial. And that 25 to 30%, simple mathematics, I'll walk you through, it translates to, between $9 and $11.5 million roughly. We're talking significant economic harm. And the last 2 points maybe I'll combine together because they're super important, is that the record and the evidence so far, that as far as I understand, this board hasn't considered any economic benefit, and there doesn't appear to be any economic benefit. In fact, as I'll discuss, there's a cost because, of course, maintaining an older house, not being able to remodel it with modern amenities and fixtures that are more resistant to everything from, of course, hurricanes and floods and FEMA-related risks and that sort of thing. So again, there is absolutely no evidence on the record about this, and we're talking, I think that is a huge gap in the evidence and the record. So look, I did a lot of due diligence here. You can, sort of cruise through the slide, both primary and secondary. I spent a couple of days in the Hamptons, because I've been there many times before. I met with real estate brokers, I met with the property manager, certainly met with counsel, and of course the amount of documents in the record that I reviewed was quite substantial, and of course many of those are cited in the report you have received. And again, look, this slide you all know. Again, it's clear as far as this house goes that it's extremely valuable. It's in a prime location, but obviously it has significant functional and physical obsolescence. You've certainly heard that, and we'll hear that from any architect, but it's kind of common sense. That's why, of course, these homes are torn down and built anew, is because, of course, in today's society, especially at this price point, home buyers want modern amenities, to be sure. And as I'll talk about later, as I mentioned, is even things like, say, solar systems, water-saving appliances, all of that stuff is very important these days from a social issue as well. As far as the economic benefit goes, as we've discussed, and again acknowledged by Ms. Horwitz, was I think counsel mentioned earlier, it's acknowledged that there just are no economic benefits here whatsoever, which is very different than if a property is designated at a state or federal level, where you get up to 20% tax benefits from certain expenditures, and as well, even if you're on the National Register, can still tear down the home potentially, which has happened in a house, as I understand, in the Hamptons. So as I mentioned, no economic benefit. If the house is designated, we are talking substantial costs. And again, as I mentioned in the other bullet points as well, just the inability to install modern, energy efficient, durable, green amenities in an era of climate change. And I guess I would just find that ironic, is here, I get the objectives here. You're trying to do something you feel is socially important. And trust me, as a professor at UCLA, you don't have to, you're preaching to the choir. But it seems kind of hypocritical and ironic that we think about climate change, carbon footprint, solar systems, the rest of it, and those would potentially be significantly limited with a designation. So look, 6 properties that are immediately adjacent to the subject property, 380 Barrons, have been demolished in recent history. Here they are. And I guess the takeaway is again, part of that economic damage and harm to Mr. Edelman is that his house is now completely incongruent with the surrounding home. So a potential buyer is going to not only realize they can't do what they like to do with their property, of course, that's where the valuation reduction comes from, but that they're going to be, again, completely at odds with all the neighboring properties. And so it's, again, that will have some psychological as well as some economic consequence, which cannot be ignored. As far as the valuation goes, and you've heard this before, Ms. Regrev acknowledged it. I think everyone here acknowledges it. Council acknowledges it. It's sort of self-evident that, of course, the value of the land is substantial here. And if you just look at your own tax assessor rules here, that nearly 88% of the assessed value of this home comes from the land and not the structure, which is far in excess of other comps and really the average, which is less than 70%. Again, perhaps not surprising given the location of this home, but again, it speaks to really the land value. And really, as a finance person and faculty member, we think about optionality. I teach quite a bit. This is what would be considered a call option, which is really the ability of a homeowner to tear down their house, demolish it, substantially remodel it. You basically will be eviscerating that option and that value, which is, again, substantial, as I will demonstrate to you all. So as far as getting the value of the home, valuation is sort of a triangulation. I mean, of course, you've all heard of appraisers and appraisals under what are called USPAP standards, uniform standards of professional appraisal practices. Another common approach, which is used routinely and actually perhaps as often as appraisals, what are called BOVs, broker opinions of value, where a broker who's experienced in the marketplace will provide essentially a written letter of sorts with their opinion of the value, much smaller in scope. I obtained 2 of them from 2 very well-known long-term brokers in the Hampton market at Sotheby's and Douglas Elliman, and they're included in your materials. their conclusion was that the property was between, you know, $37–38 million, very close. Again, not surprising. I don't think those values are going to cause anyone in this room shock. Again, I submitted those BOVs with my report. Again, you all know how does this work? You look at the comps. You look at the comparable transactions, of course, which I did as well, which of course completely supports the broker opinions of value. The comps are a little bit dated by my sense, but if anything, with housing prices going up, that the comparable values are higher. Again, you can see it's slightly under 36 million using the comps. But if you think about prices, appreciation of the Hamptons, Suffolk County, you'd certainly be right there at the, you know, high 30s in terms of value as is. And again, I don't think that's probably very objectionable. I'm sure many, but well, I personally wish I had a house like that. Anyhow, so again, based on both primary and secondary research, $36 to $38 million, you know, plus or minus in terms of the value, again, as is without the designation. However, and this is again where the rubber hits the road, if this is designated as a landmark, you are talking about a substantial hit to value. I estimate between 20 and 30%. Where does that come from? Again, I'm triangulating, looking at lots of data as objectively as I can, which is my role. I asked the brokers, again, these experienced brokers, if they could at the same time in their BOVs, providing estimates of value, to also opine on the impact of designation. And they both were right there in those ranges. You will read, they said at least 30%. So I think it's how they worded it. I looked at transactions. I'll walk you through the transactions fairly quickly. I'm sure I know it's late. I know this is going long, and I'll show you the data that I looked at to sort of confirm my findings. One is a home at 206 Mecox Road, which declined in value 18% from the time it was purchased, just based on it being potentially being designated as a landmark. At the same time, housing prices in the market were going up about 13%. I think it's 12.6% as memory serves. So that's really one important data point. And another data point for a 680 Scuttle Road, again, you can look at sort of the data here. And again, quite a different home, acknowledge that, but we're talking 46.5% discount from the comps, $585 a square foot, as you see in the bottom right there, versus the comps sold at, you know, close to $1,100 a foot. And this was, again, following designation. And there, again, just to show you how close these homes are, we're not talking about homes that are far away. As I've probably said it a million times in class, when you're thinking about comps, they need to be comps that are proximate in vicinity, proximate in time to the subject property. These are all within a quarter mile of the property. So extraordinary comps, and sort of give credence to that, you know, substantial reduction in value. So again, simple math. I assume all of us can do that math. You just take the $36 to $38 million. Those are sort of the bookends. So the bookends of value impact, 25 to 30%. You're talking $9 to $11.4 million. And again, that is not inconsequential. So summary of my opinions, and again, I have tried to do this as quickly and expeditiously as I can, talking quickly, but I assume this all makes sense, but I'll certainly take any questions from anyone. As I said, number one takeaway, and again, I don't think this is controversial, that designating these homes as landmark, whatever the justification, I'll leave that into our architects that have testified earlier, but certainly impairs value. Certainly impairs that call option to tear down substantially model homes, and that impacts value. We know that the typical home buyer for a home at 380 Barons would certainly be doing that. And again, we don't have to look very far. When I was there at the property next door, they're in the middle of rebuilding a monstrous home for sure. The as-is value I mentioned, $36 to $38 million, which would again be impacted by 25 to 30%, plus or minus, by the designation for sure. Higher maintenance costs, to be sure, we're talking about, you know, a home that's dated now, and so it's got outdated systems, it's got outdated amenities, features, the way it's built, narrow hallways, cramped hallways, a ton of things that are not to code, for example, and certainly lacks energy efficient systems by today's standards. So it is not a greenhouse, which again I find sort of ironic. No economic benefit. It's been conceded I think, acknowledged here, and in fact, quite the opposite if the house were designated. So with that, I thank you for your time and attention, and I'm certainly willing to take any questions that you all might have. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Do you all have any questions of Mr. Sussman, Mr. Hewitt, or Dr. Cooperman?
Board members?
Well,
No,
I think the geography is a little off.
Yeah, I noticed you audibly mentioning that. There is no...
Scuttle Hole Road is...
Yeah, I acknowledge that. Mr. Sussman is using comps in the town.
All
Well,
I know is what he said, sir.
yeah, well,
Saying no more.
okay, comps in the town are relevant because they're within a few miles, and this board has never designated a residence outside of the historic district as a landmark. The town does, but unlike what you're doing tonight, the town offers a tax benefit. So there's the difference. That's what he was talking about. Happy to clarify it. Do you have any other questions?
No, I think we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that the end of your presentation, Brian?
Yes, but I'd like to incorporate the comments of Mr. Bennett, Mr. Pasca, and Mr. Walsh into our record, as they may do so with our comments.
You mentioned.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
About
said
3
that in
times,
my
I think.
opening
I
remarks.
think we've gone through that. Okay, can you bring Kate back up, please?
What about public comment?
Oh,
Is there-
sorry. Are there any comments from the public?
Hi there. My name is Jeff Broadley. I'm a resident of the village at 166 Halsey Street, former member of the board, chair at one point. And I'm not going to debate the numerous arguments and positions people have taken, but there's a couple of things. There are a couple of statements that were made by the attorney and then by one of the gentlemen saying that which demonstrates that either they don't fully understand all the aspects of Chapter 65 or chose to present them in a certain way. There were a couple of statements in which they said once, if designated a landmark, the property owner would be able to do nothing. That was one of the quotes. Wouldn't be able to renovate, make changes. We know, having, from my experience, served on the board for 9 years, that we regularly see and work on and approve changes to houses within the historic district, even landmark houses. If you remember the castle, okay, came before us many times. They made significant changes to the house. It involved discussion among the boards within the village, and ultimately the property owners were very satisfied. So changes can be made. In terms of statements being made of economic hardship, there's actually provision in Chapter 65. If the property owner felt that they were being unnecessarily or otherwise harmed in any way, they could appeal under hardship. So they're not restricted that way. Yes, is there a different criteria? Yes, there's a different criteria recognizing the significance of the houses. There was also the statement made by the last gentleman who Stanford MBA, and I went to the Stanford of the East Coast, and he'll know the significance of what the reference there is. But the valuations are not always direct. And the code speaks to that. It speaks to the value of the character of the village and preserving the character of the village, which inures to the benefit of everyone in the village. So the fact that the property values are such that in many of the houses in Southampton, the property is worth more than the structure, in part it's because of the character and what's been preserved in that mural for years. And the fact now that we're recognizing that there are other forms of architecture of equal value that are also relevant to the community and preserving its brand, that inures to the benefit of all. So I make those 2 points It's just having to do with a broader understanding of Chapter 65. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other public comment? Okay, I'm going to ask you, can you bring Kate back up for us?
Hi, everyone.
Hey, any comments you want to make to the board in reference to what you've heard from the last house before we move on to the next one?
Sure. I think a couple of things that I wanted to clarify is that, first of all, I have never said that I was a full professor at Columbia. I think I've made it very clear, both in my communications with Alex and in my presentation today and in the report itself, that I am an adjunct professor. And that's very common in architecture schools. So I just wanted to clarify that about my own qualifications. I think I'm going to keep it pretty short, and you know, I'm not going to go into every detail that I discuss in the report. I do discuss the alterations that have happened to each of the 5 homes, but you know, that wasn't really the focus of why we're here today. So I'm keeping things pretty brief. And I think that the last note that I want to make is that there was an assertion that I never discussed postmodern architecture in my report. And I think that I reviewed my report and I mentioned it more than at least 10 times. And so I think those are just a couple of clarifications that I wanted to make, unless there are other specific questions.
Okay. Board members, any questions before we move on? All right, do we need to close the record on this one and then move on, Alice?
Well, we should adjourn it.
And not closing the record for tonight.
We're just adjourning it.
Okay, adjourn it. Okay. So, as you all can see, we have a lot of paperwork to get through. So what I'm going to do for all of these is adjourn them to the second meeting in January, which is January, what's the date?
27th.
27th?
Yes.
Pardon? No, I'm just adjourning 380 Barron's. I'm not adjourning the meeting. So
we're adjourning this application to January 27th.
Motion to adjourn 380 Barron's Lane to January 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so let's go on to the next house, which is 1880 Meadow Lane, Waterview Real Estate LLC.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again.
Great, thank you.
And I think that should be ready. Okay. So we're moving on to Roslyn House, which is located at 1880 Meadow Lane. And like several other homes along Meadow Lane that I mentioned earlier in my report, this area was at the western end of the barrier island was largely undeveloped until the construction of the house. By the mid-1880s, about half of the lots west of Road D along Meadow Lane had been developed with new large summer residences. The home was designed by Norman Jaffe for Mel Roslin. He was an executive in the garment industry who specialized in women's undergarments, and it was for him and his wife, Pearl. The home was completed in 1989 to 1991. And as I mentioned before, I'm not trying to go in depth with all of my research and findings. I think you know, that's really what the report is for. I'm just trying to give kind of a highlight of a few things here. So the home is a 2-story house with terraced landscaping, pool, and a tennis court. And the home and all of these buildings are angled at approximately 45 degrees away from the beach. And it's located on the crest of a dune, which enabled the house to be visible from the street. And it presents as a 2-story pavilion with oversized white columns at the perimeter. And that's the view that you see here in an untitled sketch that's from the Jaffe Archives at Columbia. The home overall is rectangular in form with, I mentioned earlier, perimeter columns around all 4 sides. And these columns extend up above the 2nd floor. On the two shorter ends of the home, of the rectangle, a second row of columns at the exterior creates two open porticos, or that's originally the case, I should say. Large expanses of glass on either side, either large windows or double sliding doors, create an infill in between each of those columns. And there's a brise-soleil shading device with white members that runs perpendicular to the home on the top of each bay that creates kind of a visual rhythm, as well as it creates a play between light and shade on the spaces below and inside the home. So I will go on to the next slide. And I think the overall appearance, as someone previously mentioned today, is a home that's kind of reminiscent of classical Greek temple. It's rectangular and symmetrical in form. It has this peristyle of the columns around, and then it has this windowed pediment. The pediment traditionally in Greek and traditional architecture is that triangular form at the end of a building. Here instead, actually, it's more of a postmodern take in this half circle, this extruded half circle down the center of the building that acts as a skylight. Small details emphasize this play between light and shade. There's fluting and also this classical Greek temple idea. There's fluting at the top of the columns that's almost suggestive of column capitals. At certain angles, the brise-soleil looks like almost an oversized denticulated molding. And the glazing, as I mentioned, at that barrel vault, that semi-extruded semicircle at the roof, almost, suggests a translucent pediment. Again, there's the siding too atop of the dunes that's somewhat reminiscent of a raised position of the Parthenon on the Acropolis. And Jaffe even noted in a letter to architecture critic Alastair Gordon that Southampton and the Aegean are on the same latitude, as if to legitimize the inspiration for this house. So again, this is another building that doesn't yet meet that property age requirement of 50 years, but it does meet that exception outlined as a property of exceptional importance. And this is under two criteria. It's an excellent example of criteria 3 here, which embodies the distinguishing characteristics of a type, a period, or method of construction or design style, or is a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship. It is representative of the work of a designer, architect, or builder. And so in this case, 1880 Meadow Lane is an excellent example of postmodern architecture, and it's in fact an unusual example of this style in Southampton, and perhaps even more broadly on the East End. The style emerged in the 70s and 80s and was a reaction to the uniformity and placelessness of modernism and the international style. Postmodern architecture embraced the revival of classical forms and elements, and that's exactly what we see in this building. And it combined them with contemporary architectural aesthetics and materials and played with color and proportion to create a new mode of expression. As architect and theorist Robert Venturi said in response to Mies van der Rohe's famous maxim, less is more, Venturi said, less is a bore. And so this particular home, I mentioned it's unusual for this style in Southampton. Architecture critic Paul Goldberger noted in 1989 that the predominant style for building homes at that moment in time, especially along this area of Meadow Lane, was neo-shingle. And so that would mean traditional, often symmetrically designed homes inspired by those turn-of-the-century designs that were clad in wood shingle. While postmodern architecture has not until recently been considered worthy of preservation because of its age and aesthetics, there's an increasing acknowledgement of this architectural style and the need for advocacy and preservation in this type of building and aesthetic. I would say that the home is also the work of an architect of significance. I think I've talked previously about Jaffe and the 22 awards that he won for his designs. He designed more than 150 homes, including approximately 60 in the area of the Hamptons, although there's very few of those that were actually in the village of Southampton. And he was accepted into the elite fellows of the American Institute of Architecture. I will note also that this home is unique, or not, I wouldn't say unique, but it's unusual in its style for Jaffe, and is reflective of kind of the evolution of his body of work. This is one of the later homes that he completed before his untimely death, and is actually one of the homes that he included in his application for the Fellows of the American Institute of Architecture. This is another great example of one of his homes that has been only minimally altered. I discussed the alterations in my report. It's another example of one of the homes that is really kind of prime for demolition because of its relatively smaller footprint compared to what else is capable of being done on this site. Okay, so I think that's my brief discussion here, and I will, pause for questions, comments, and otherwise turn it over.
Okay. Board, any questions before I move on? Because for the public knows that we've all read all these reports, so okay. Then the attorneys representing 1880 Meadow. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael G. Walsh. My address is 860 Montauk Highway, Watermill, New York. I represent 1880 Meadow Lane, Waterview Real Estate LLC. Waterview Real Estate LLC, which is the owner of the property. I'm going to very quickly address the comments that were made by Ms. Regev a few seconds ago. First of all, we have an expert that's going to appear. They're standing by, Civic Visions. They've appeared before you many times, George Thomas and Susan Negra Snyder. And they're going to explain to you why every statement that was just made by your so-called expert is absolutely incorrect on all bases. Okay? Let's start first with her statement that somehow the Rosslyn House, as you call it, which is a Greek temple style of architecture, under section 65.3 A3, embodies the distinguishing characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction or design style. Civic Visions will explain to you this design style is apropos of nothing, absolutely nothing. It was built in 1991. It was renovated in 1999. Clearly, it's less than 50 years old. That's easy. Just do the math. It's either 24 or 33 years old, depending on what date you measure from. Civic Visions will explain that to you. There is no similar design produced by Jaffe during his entire career. It's a one-off. It was built during the great real estate recession. That's very, very important because they'll explain to you where his style is derived from. Okay, it's not derived from the Greek temple style of architecture. The second clause, is it a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship? Absolutely not. Is it representative of a work of a designer, architect, or builder? Yes, but they'll explain why it's a one-off. It's an aberration. Let's just take a step back for a second and try to figure out where this all began. When I was first sent the public notice, in this case, I called up John Bennett. We had a long discussion about the Bliss case, which is kind of hovering over this entire proceeding. Ms. Stevenson might disagree with me. I can see her making faces, reacting. Bliss is hanging over this entire proceeding. When I went back into the record, what I saw was that this entire initiative, it was very unclear to us how it all started. We heard tonight from your village planner. He said that it began with a list of homes that were not included in what he called the reconnaissance survey update. What is he talking about? What list of homes was not included in the reconnaissance survey update? What is he talking about? Well, on May 9th, 2022, your board and the village board commissioned an RFP to do an update to the historic district. And the first step in doing that was the preparation of what's called a reconnaissance study. One of the gentlemen that appeared here before you, Mr. Hewitt, told you what that was and how important it was as a fundamental device when you're going to landmark anything, a building, a neighborhood, an historic site, a reconnaissance survey. Mr. Wallach apparently had some sort of a list of homes, he said, that were not included in that May 2022 reconnaissance survey RFP. Where is that list? We've asked for it. We have not received it. When I went and I reviewed that RFP, and it's part of my exhibit list, it's the first document, very, very well written. Compliments to Mr. Wallach, your village planner. RFP for a reconnaissance study. You hired a firm from Buffalo. He tracks through all of the requirements, federal, state, local requirements for preparing an RFP and preparing a reconnaissance study. If you're going to landmark a property, if you're going to amend an historic district, if you're going to identify properties within an historic district with a view towards landmarking properties, whether individually or a group of properties, you have to start with the reconnaissance survey. Clearly, you were aware of that in May 2022. That study has been continues today, been going on for 2.5 years. You've now turned to the second part of the RFP, which is the intensive study. The reconnaissance study sets the boundaries, identifies the blocks and the houses that you're going to analyze, contains a whole body of literature that's been analyzed, and then you move forward with landmarking. You didn't do that in this case. You completely skipped that process. The second suggestion we have as to how this all started, this modernist 5-house landmarking process, she said she was sent a long list of modernist properties by the planning director. She was sent a long list of modernist properties by the planning director. By the way, her proposal is dated August 14, 2023. It was reviewed by your board. Nowhere in the record can we find that long list. Cannot find the long list that was sent by the planning director to Kate Regev. So we have two answers to how this all began. It was a list created by the planning director of properties that were missing or were not identified in the May 2022 RFP for the reconnaissance survey to update the historic district. Then we have Kate Regev telling us that she was provided a list by your planning director. We don't see it. That was as of August 14th, 2023. And then we have in the report itself, the Kate Regev report, she said that this study was commissioned by your board, that you apparently reached out to Kate Regev, requested a proposal. We see no evidence of that. Where did this proposal come from? Who asked for it? Who provided the long list? There's no body of evidence in your record whatsoever as to what preceded the proposal of Kate Regev that was dated August 14, 2023, presented to your board and approved by your board in the amount of $2,999, which is $1 below the bidding rules, takes it out of the hands of the village board. So we don't know really what the evolution of this entire modernist study was. It just kind of appeared in a vacuum. What was happening at the same time that RFP was put out in May 2022, the reconnaissance RFP. Bliss was being litigated at that time. You had heard the Bliss case. You denied his application for the certificate of appropriateness in January of 2022. He commenced his Article 78 proceeding, and by May 2022, you're in litigation with Bliss, but Bliss is not a problem because you denied his certificate of appropriateness. He's a modernist house, allegedly the first Jaffe modernist house built in the village. Apparently that's been disputed this evening. And there was no discussion whatsoever of a modernist landmarking initiative, modern, postmodern landmark initiative. From the date of that RFP and from the date of the Bliss decision forward, there was no discussion whatsoever. In the record, we can see no documentation, nothing on your agenda about modern architecture, no initiative whatsoever. You processed the RFP. We've got loads of documentation of the company that was hired to do that reconnaissance survey, which again is the fundamental document that you must process and you must commission in order to landmark any property, including the 5 properties we're talking about. We've got May 24th, you send correspondence to the state, you apply for a grant. June 2022, July, it goes on and on and on, back and forth communications within the village and with the state in connection with that reconnaissance survey. And it proceeds, it's being managed by Mr. Wallach. So you're well aware of the requirements of the reconnaissance survey, yet in this modernist initiative that we're here to discuss this evening, you completely ignored that process and you never undertook a reconnaissance level survey, a fundamental requirement in connection with landmarking structures in this village. What happens then? Well, Bliss is decided, apparently, by Judge Modulewski in March of 2023. Now, Bliss is decided, the village appeals it. Then all of a sudden, the modernist initiative starts. How do we know that? Because your board and the village board moved to amend Chapter 65 to revise this exceptional importance standard with a view towards landmarking individual properties, buildings that are less than 50 years old, and you wanted to amend the statute to do that. You did it in April 2023. Continued to process the reconnaissance level resources survey. We've got correspondence on that, so you were well aware of what the landmarking initiative would require. Then on August 14th, June, July, August, 3 months later, the Kate Regev proposal appears, stated August 14th. That was the first discussion before this board of any modernist initiative, modernist landmarking initiative. First time it appears in the record. We see no other evidence of it. Regev, again, references this long list of properties. By the way, the long list finally surfaced when it was produced in response to a series of FOIL requests filed by my office and the other attorneys. And the long list apparently consists of a number of emails sent by Kate Regev to the planning director. It contained 15, actually 17, there was some duplicates, 15 so-called modernist homes. Leading the list was the Bliss House, interestingly enough. So Bliss was on the list from the get-go. There was a long list apparently circulated in pieces over a period of weeks. The interesting thing was the long list did not exist on August 14, 2023. I have attached the emails to my papers as exhibit number 14. You'll notice when you open up your exhibit book that this so-called long list consists of a series of redacted emails. You can't read what was being said in the emails. All you see is a series of addresses. Again, 17. There was some dupes, so it's 15. It didn't exist as of the date of the Kate Regev proposal, by the way, if that's the actual long list, because all the emails post-date August 14th. 2022. So again, it's interesting how Bliss is decided. The long list finally appears, the so-called long list. Kate Regev appears here before her proposal is put on the table as a walk-on item at a work session after everyone had left the room. How do we know that? We see John Bennett, his head goes by the camera, he goes out when he's beyond earshot. This issue is put on the table, the proposal. We have a proposal from Kate Regev. She wants to study modernist architecture. It's going to cost us $2,999. You approve the proposal, and then the Regev report's filed. What does the Regev report have to say about my client's property, 1880 Meadow Lane? She says that it's a work of an architect of significance. He's not, and Civic Visions will tell you that and why. Secondly, that it's a house of exceptional importance in the Jaffe oeuvre. It is not, and Civic Visions will tell you why that is. Third, she tells you that it's important because it's his final house, essentially. It's his last work. What she doesn't tell you is she has absolutely no discussion whatsoever in her report about what style the Jaffe style is derivative of, and it's very important to know where he obtained that, what they call the big roof style. He obtained the big roof style from one architect. Civic Visions will explain that. And then all of his other work is basically derivative of Frank Lloyd Wright, and they'll explain why that is. That's absent in the Regev report. She gives you no evolution. She gives you no scholarly material. She cites no articles or any other materials that would explain to you exactly where this Greek temple design comes from. Jaffe, when Blitz received his notice of that he was on the 5 property list, he apparently contacted his attorney once again, and he went back to Supreme Court, and he brought on a motion, Mr. Bliss, in the same case, to hold this board in contempt of Judge Modulewski's previous order. I happened to be there that day. Most of us sat in on the case and listened to the evidence, and listened to the oral argument. The result of that is Judge Modulewski issued yet another order, okay, a so-ordered stipulation, and your board agreed to withdraw as against Bliss. And the reason for that was because it was apparent to everyone, the judge, the petitioner's attorney, Mr. Bennett, and to, obviously, your village attorneys, that the effect of landmarking Bliss would be the exact same effect as would pertain to denying him his certificate of appropriateness. Same result. Judge Modulewski said you can't do that for a number of reasons set forth in his decision. And it was decided then and there on the return date of that motion that Bliss will be removed from the list. The law of the case as it stands now is you can't landmark Bliss for the reasons stated in the Modulewski decision. For the same reason you can't landmark my client's property. And I'd like to hand it over, if possible, to Civic Visions. They're standing by, I believe. And they will walk you through the Jaffe style, the exceptional importance standard, and explain why it is that this property should not be landmarked. They raising their hand? Yeah, good. George Thomas and Susan Schneider from Civic Visions LLP. George has been teaching at the University of Pennsylvania for some 30 years. He's a PhD. And Susan taught at Harvard, and they'll explain all that to you and what their pedigree is, their curriculum vitae. No sound? I'm just gonna text them that there's no sound.
Do you see them raising their hand back there?
You know, but it won't let me do it. Okay.
I can hear them, they're just low.
Yeah, we're trying to
Trying to
sort
go to
things
full
out.
screen mode, if we could. Okay. 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 Right.
Yeah. So just a quick introduction. I'm George Thomas. I'm an architectural and cultural historian with a PhD from the University of Pennsylvania. I helped found the preservation program at Penn in 1978. And then Susan and I ran the critical conservation program at Harvard from 2011 to 2023.
I'm Susan Snyder. I'm a registered architect, and as George said, we founded the critical conservation program at Harvard University until it was discontinued.
Right. So for us, we come to you in the situation that we can see the problems that Ms. Regev had with an insufficient budget and project, but the consequences for the owners of these properties are horrific. So we begin there.
So I will begin. Civic Visions has been asked to review the designation report for 1880 Meadow Lane, prepared by the board by Kate Regev. As you will see, the Regev report meets none of the Secretary of the Interior's requirements for review in the special circumstance of resources that are less than 50 years of age. At every regulatory level, properties less than 50 years of age must meet a high standard of, quote, exceptional importance. 1880 Meadow Lane does not meet that standard, and the report does not meet the necessary requirement for professional review to determine exceptional importance. It is not enough to simply say a resource is so exceptionally important that the 50-year rule can be waived. It must be proven. The property in question, 1880 Meadow Lane, was completed as it stands in 1999. The property is not in an historic district. The overarching issue for this review is the so-called 50-year rule that applies to designation of resources that are less than 50 years old. According to the village, New York State, and the governing federal regulations created for historic designation of buildings, in the special circumstance of being less than 50 years old, specific research requirements must be followed to establish whether the resource meets the test of being of exceptional importance. In the Village Code, the process of creating landmarks is governed by regulations described in paragraph 65(3). The Village Code prohibits designations of buildings less than 50 years of age with two exceptions: if it is part of an historic district, or if it is proven to be of exceptional importance. The exceptional importance requirement is identical to the New York State regulations that are the basis for the village regulations, and the New York State regulations in turn are identical with the federal regulations. In each case, the exact same term of exceptional importance sets the standard. The 50-year rule is foundational to the designation process because it creates an operational boundary for the concept of significance. The 50-year span lets historical patterns become discernible, a factor that is especially important as architectural modes and careers rise and wane seemingly overnight. Provisions in the regulation provide a way around the 50-year delay if necessary. A less than 50-year resource can be designated if it meets specific research requirements to establish the elevated standard of exceptional importance. The RegEv report fails to address the specific research requirements. Our research compels a finding that 1880 Meadow Lane is not of exceptional importance. The Village Code requirements for this type of survey, which the RegEv report was commissioned, are established by the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Identification and Evaluation. These guidelines are readily available online. In particular, Bulletin 22 on the right addresses the question of designating buildings that are not 50 years of age. It lays out a process required for review and offers examples of what meets the test of exceptional importance. The RegEv report specifically cited Bulletin 22 as background for its review, but it did not incorporate its requirements. The examples given in these documents for resources that meet the 50-year rule exceptional importance standard are more than unique or unusual. The examples in various federal documents are exceptional. New York Chrysler Building, the Lunar Launching Pad, and for his impact on popular culture, Elvis Presley's Graceland. Each is truly of exceptional importance. Bulletin 22 describes the types and depth of research necessary to determine whether 1880 Meadow Lane meets the exceptional importance test in order to waive the 50-year rule.
The next section of our presentation makes clear how the RegEv report, despite citing Bulletin 22, failed to meet its requirements and never did the research necessary to meet the exceptional importance test to waive the 50-year rule. One aside here. When she did her analysis, she came up with the argument that the document, that the Bulletin 22 permits buildings that have an unusual contribution. But in fact, that's not the standard. When you look back at the page from which the unusual contribution comes, the standard exceptional importance is listed in the first paragraph. And then the bulletin goes on to discuss the National Register and talks for National Register properties, ordinary properties, about buildings that may have presented made an unusual contribution to American culture. But the issue here is, in the end, the absolute requirement in every single status and every single level of regulation is exceptional importance, which you've already heard has to be overwhelming. So we start there, that she begins with either a fundamental error or a fundamental attempt to deceive. Next, please. First step that is necessary to actually evaluate the criterion of historic context is to begin to do the necessary background research to establish what that context is. A survey requires more than driving down a street or looking at real estate photographs and from these making a conclusion about exceptional importance. It requires exceptional research into contemporary architects and their buildings and their settings. Each of these research topics make it possible to understand buildings in their region, their time, and their culture that together forms the context. The RegEv report fails to establish the spatial context. The report only lists a few houses, all in eastern Long Island, but fails to establish an appropriate geographical context necessary to determine exceptional importance. The architects working on similar coastal sites in Nassau and Suffolk counties also work from northern New Jersey to Massachusetts, and they share the same context. The RegEv report fails to identify significant contemporaries working in this architectural, cultural, and historic context. This list includes many of the leading designers whose work overlapped with Jaffe. Many of these architects have won their profession's very top prizes and are in all the books, and thus are part of the historic context. None of these designers are discussed in the RegEv's report. When the broad context is understood, the next step, criterion 2, is assembling the scholarly literature about the era, the architect, the place, and the building type. The Regev report fails to provide the necessary scholarly evaluation. It cites a few books, but applies none of their theories or conclusions to Jaffe's career. The literature that should have been consulted for this project includes theoretical texts, such as those in the left column, and the regional and monographic literature in the right columns. There are, in addition, professional journals, as well as important newspaper articles being written at the time by the leading Long Island critic, Alistair Gordon, and others. Apart from a title or two, these works were not incorporated in the text, and no evaluation was made using the scholarly literature to support the required conclusion that 1880 Meadow Lane meets the standard of exceptional importance. The third evaluation criterion, time, is the next topic. When did each era take form such that it was recognizable? Who were the influencers of the time? Is a research source of such recent vintage that it is not understood? Or has this time come and already gone? Architecture in the last half century has been highly transitory, with multiple styles and phases coming and going. Did 1880 Meadow Lane exemplify its moment, or is it just a passing fad? The Regev report failed to discuss the three distinct phases of design that knowledgeable regional scholars lay out: post-World War II experimental modern, the 1960s academic high modern, and the more recent historicizing postmodern. Where does 1880 Meadow Lane fit according to generation or historical context? The Regev report is silent on this history. The Regev report provides a list of architecturally significant modernist homes that extend beyond Southampton, but with no discussion of the wider region. The list focuses on 1950s and 1960s buildings, well before the design era of 1880 Meadow Lane. These choices reveal a lack of knowledge about the architectural history of the region and fail to identify a distinct and defensible time period for 1880s evaluation. The Regev report also fails to address the changing physical context over time. The empty dunes along Meadow Lane in 1964 were vastly different than the dense line of houses in 2024, when big houses are surrounded by suburban lawns. More than a physical change, the lawns are part of a cultural shift to different types of clients and projects, with the clients demanding a different context. Looking more closely at 1880 Meadow Lane, what was once a natural setting has been transformed into a suburban lawn with landscaping. Criterion 4 requires a comparative evaluation of the significance of the property itself. This requires identifying comparable properties in the geographic context that might best illustrate the historical, architectural, or cultural values in question. With sufficient research, it becomes possible to clearly explain why something is or is not of value. The Regev report's jumble of buildings provides no comparative analysis. It does not even mention which of Jaffe's, quote, multiple homes should be considered. Instead of a reasoned evaluation, the Regev report only presents the type of self-explanatory assertion of significance that federal regulations caution against. And I want to point out, look at these points. She fails to provide a geographic region for the context. She fails to provide discussion of the historical, architectural, cultural, engineering, or archaeological values of the property. She fails to provide a chronology of the relationships between the ongoing dynamic change of social, cultural, and physical context and the architectural response manifest in these beach houses. In other words, none of the critical points that would let you begin to say, yes, this is overwhelming evidence that this building is extraordinarily important. None of that is here. Many houses on Meadow Lane were suggested for landmark designation. Why were these buildings suggested? Was it just for their oceanfront sites? The list makers did not begin with adequate knowledge of context, scholarship, and chronological clusters. They didn't even bother to compare houses proposed for designation with any of the others along Meadow Lane. What makes 1880 Meadow Lane stand out from the other 16 sites? With no comparable examples from scholarly literature about the broader context, no clear spatial or chronological context, no explanation of the impact of the era on the building, how can criterion 5, essentially a statement of significance, be assessed? The statement of significance is the essence of any National Register form. The background research then leads to the added question of why this building is so historically significant that the 50-year rule should be waived. Since that work was never done, there is no answer in the Rega report that proves exceptional importance. The statement of significance requires sufficient research to permit a dispassionate evaluation of the resource. Dispassionate is a key word here. You cannot start from a predetermined conclusion. The Rega report fails to address each of the 5 required criteria for evaluation cited in Bulletin 22. Exceptional importance can only be determined on the basis of the information from the 5 criteria. Bulletin 22's examples of exceptional importance are as telling as those in the National Register booklet. One is Dulles Airport, the building that broke the 1950s boxy design mode. Another is the house owned by Elvis Presley, who transformed American popular culture. And the third is a town planning model for Radburn, New Jersey, that transformed American suburbs. Each is exceptional. Exceptional truly means exceptional, but you have to do the comparative research to prove it.
How significant was Jaffe's career in its historical and cultural context? Regev asserts without research or evidence that 1880 Meadow Lane should be designated an individual landmark in accordance with the village code because it is the work of, quote, an architect of significance. What she misses is that the village code further states that the properties less than 50 years old can only be designated if they are of exceptional importance. Just being a work by Jaffe doesn't prove this. Not every Jaffe is a great design. Alistair Gordon's description of Norman Jaffe's influences and values began with an initial design mode that fit into the region and the setting. As Gordon reminds us, the origins of this mode lie in the West Coast, work of his teacher, Joseph Escherich, with references to the historic shingle houses of the local East End villages that became the type of house that we think of as a Jaffe. And you can see this in the top Escherich, the middle East Hampton houses, and the bottom Jaffe houses. The first of Jaffe's East End styles was learned in California, in Escherich's classrooms, and later in his office, and fortunately resonated with the shingled salt boxes of Eastern Long Island. This modest vocabulary spans from Jaffe's first projects through to the gates of the Grove Synagogue. And you can see that the sources are on the left column and his derivative styles are in the right 2 columns. A second derivative mode came from America's best-known modern house, Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water, with its huge decks. Alistair Gordon again makes it clear that Jaffe, as he says, shamelessly borrowed these elements. Wright's Taliesin West also was a source for Jaffe's battered stone walls, while its angled roof structure was borrowed for the gates of the Grove Synagogue. Other critics, including the Times' Helen Harrison, found some of Jaffe's Wrightian designs excessive, referring to some of Jaffe's projects as Frank Lloyd wrong. A third type of Alistair Gordon calls the big roof style provided a larger overall form that gave monumentality to the smaller houses, perhaps to attract clients looking for more imposing buildings, but when they appeared everywhere, they lost the specificity of place for which Jaffe was known. And you can see the sources of the East Hampton houses, as well as the Low House, which is a very well-known architectural source that Jaffe would have been aware of. Jaffe's work was published to a point. After 1978, professional journals turned away from his work, with the crucial exception of his well-regarded Gates of the Grove Synagogue. The few late publications are mass-market picture mags without scholars adding to the text. But in comparison with the major architects of the era, Charles Gwathmey, Richard Meyer, Robert Venturi, Robert Stern, there is no comparison between Jaffe's dozen publications versus the hundreds of articles for the others. The report never assembled an overview of the literature that would lead to scholarly evaluation. The literature begins with Scully's The Shingle Style Today that documented a regional group of architects working across New England and south to New Jersey. The significant theoretical book, Five Architects, includes Charles Gwathmey and Richard Meyer, both Long Island stalwarts, for a design type that contrasted with Jaffe's more contextual mode. These texts are not discussed. If we examine the literature for information about Norman Jaffe, we find that where certain of the architects like Gwathmey, Meyer, Venturi, and Stern are in all the books, Jaffe is left out of many. Scully, for instance, selects projects into the 1970s with multiple buildings on Long Island, but Jaffe is left out. He is also entirely left out of the text and index of Zaliski's Long Island Modernism. Notably, Alistair Gordon's monograph, Romantic Modernist, is highly critical of Jaffe's late career. None of this is included in the Regev report. Where Gwathmey, Meyer, and Stern are all in the standard text, Jaffe is not included in either of the standard modern references, the Grove Encyclopedia of Art or the Oxford Bibliographies. These examples make it obvious that Jaffe is not, quote, in all the books, and was not universally viewed as significant. Jaffe's recognition differs in other ways from the top architects who won more than 100 design prizes as well as top professional awards. In baseball terms, Jaffe was a .250 hitter with some home runs, but not a Hall of Famer. That's a George reference. Jaffe's early works in the late 1970s and his two late masterpieces, The Gates of the Grove, Synagogue, and his office tower in Manhattan, demonstrate his best qualities. However, there are reasons why Jaffe has been left out of the principal histories of modern architecture. The obviousness of his uses of sources undercuts his originality. The reduction of his work to a largely singular model for the big roof houses marked a decline toward self-plagiarism. And the flailing around at the end of his career all limit his importance.
This is background. The final question is whether 1880 Meadow Lane meets the exceptional importance standard. Again, as required by the village code, recent buildings must be of exceptional importance. Jaffe is a known quantity. His best works had a lyrical relation to site and references to the regional design culture. 1880 Meadow Lane is unlike his best projects in being hostile to its setting. It is such a total aberration that it is hard to even imagine it as a Jaffe. Alistair Gordon saw the decline in Jaffe's late work, but unlike Louis Sullivan, who after his early clients abandoned him, found a whole new level of poetry in his late banks that are scattered across the Midwest. Gordon found in Jaffe not growth, but, quote, spatial, if not moral, atrophy, describing his plagiarizing his early works and his actual disowning of his late works, which Jaffe described as, quote, pig-outs. 1880 Meadow Lane missed all of the qualities that Jaffe himself had described as essential to resort architecture and the environment. The architect must design the house, in Jaffe's words, to, quote, meet the standards of the environment in which it is set, and it must be alive with the snap and vitality of the natural. The saddest part of 1880 Meadow Lane is learning that Jaffe was responding not to the demands of the site, but to the demands of a client who had toured Greece and did not really want a Jaffe. To meet the client's demands, Jaffe had to design what Gordon described as, quote, a modernist glass box disguised by a colonnade of Medusa white columns. In other words, not a postmodern building, a modern building inside a screen of columns. In so doing, he was forced to design in the manner of his rivals, who he so clearly disdained, making his own version of Richard Meyer's Salzburg House and Gwathmey's Demonil House, but without their high modern poetry. Gordon ended his section on Jaffe's houses with an epitaph for 1880 Meadow Lane, describing it as, quote, overblown and disingenuous, and worse, referencing its lack of authenticity. Everything that Jaffe valued had been abandoned for this design. What you can't tell from this photograph, but we have been able to see from our careful looking at it, both with an engineer and with the man who manages the property for the owner, was that what this looks like is not what it is. We were surprised to discover that these big sturdy columns, for example, are actually bent plywood with styrofoam over them, and then an IFA surface, the mesh and paint surface of inexpensive houses. And this creates enormous problems because the building itself is beginning to self-destruct in multiple dimensions. The horizontal piece above the little projecting porch that comes out toward the pool was one of these big round elements. When they opened it up, they discovered to their horror that there was nothing in there, that the original metal skin, which had been wrapped around the plywood, had completely disintegrated. And all there was the metal skin and rotting connections. This is the condition of a house in which the architect and the client apparently went on the cheap, did a sort of a fake Las Vegas styrofoam covered building. And the owner is going to be dealing with the consequences of this now as he tries to deal with the building that is literally self-destructing. If we remember Jaffe's best houses, it's clear they are diametrically opposite to this sad building that undoes so much of his reputation. There could be no worse selection to represent Norman Jaffe's work than this house. The fact that the Regev report reached this conclusion makes clear the failure of its author to undertake the necessary research to properly evaluate Jaffe's career. 1880 Meadow Lane does not meet the village standards of a building of exceptional importance and should not be designated. Thank you.
Thank you. You okay?
Yeah.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I just want to point to two items that are in the package that we gave you. I'll make sure you don't overlook them. George just spoke to the fact that the building is deteriorating. We have an engineer's report as part of our submission from Steve Lemansky, local engineer. He went inside, he analyzed the structure. He provided George with the backup for those findings with respect to deterioration. Number one. Number two, we also did an appraisal. And our appraiser independently reached the same conclusion as Mr. Sussman. Our value is $32,750 without the landmark designation. It bangs it down to $26,700, a difference of, bangs the value down to $22,700, a difference of over $10 million.
What was your first evaluation?
Our first evaluation was $32,750,000.
Okay.
With landmarking, it's reduced to $22,700. That's in the report. Fred Ford is our appraiser.
Okay.
I just wanted to point that out to the board. So with that, I think that you have more than enough to hang your hat on to rescind your initiative, the proposed designation of 1880 Meadow Lane. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
It will be brief. Again, Jeff Broadleib, 166 Halsey Street here in the village. So Mr. Walsh began by saying that the house represents nothing, that it's a one-off. And then the last set of speakers spoke about a lot about parsing the definition of exceptional. And the two words that came to mind were iconoclastic and exceptional. They're different, to be sure, but an iconoclastic structure is not without its value. And who's not to say that had Jaffe lived beyond 1993, believe about 4 years after this house was built, that this might not have been a new version of what he was doing, and it might be an experiment. It's clear by, I think, common knowledge, although the paid advocates dispute whether or not Jaffe was a man of significance in terms of the architectural community. There are many people that feel contrary to that. But that being said, it's a work of his. He's a recognized architect, and it's different than some of the others, but it doesn't diminish its value.
Thank you, Joe. Any other public comment? Okay. Kate, I'm going to bring you back up and ask you if you want to address anything to the board in response to this application. Then we're going to take a 5-minute bio break up here before we go on to the next application for the board members.
Great, sounds good. Sure, I'll just take again a couple of minutes to address a few key comments throughout the report. At times I almost wondered if if the report actually was read. It was noted that I did not reference I didn't do a scholarly evaluation, and I actually, it's funny, several of the books that were pulled up and shown on screen are exactly the books that are referenced throughout the report. I would say also the report is not silent on the history of postmodernism, and in fact, that's really the underlying reason why this building is being suggested for designation. It's because it is unusual in its architectural style, in the fact that there are very few buildings that are postmodern in this area of the Hamptons. And so actually that really kind of emphasizes the need or the exceptionality, if you will, of this building, and that the style is unusual for this area. I want to again underline that this report is not a survey, and so it is a pretty pointed report, so it's not going to include absolutely everything that could be said about each of the architects, but I think more importantly, some of the examples of buildings that were nominated or were designated based on, even though they were not yet 50 years of age. I think some of them are not really the best examples, because those are all examples that were nominated either to the National Register or as individual buildings to the National Register of Historic Places. And so we are looking at here is not buildings that are of national or state significance, but really buildings that are significant locally. And so I think the question here really is not, was Jaffe the most well-recognized architect in the nation, but rather was he significant locally? And I think that it is pretty clear from the number of homes that were shown to the number of awards that he won, that he was really a significant force locally.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any other questions for Kate? Okay, then I'm going to motion to adjourn discussion on 1880 Meadow to January 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break here, and then we'll come back for 1820. Thank you, Kate.
What are we on now?
The first one's the worst one. Is there a
The third one, 1820.
1820 Meadow.
Oh, this is the one. I love this. Is this Goldfinger?
This is the Coniston House.
This is the one like this? I love it. A dark down there. Dune and Myra. Temple in the Dune.
I know we're bringing people back in here. Hang on.
I don't think there are any more people. They got tired. Are you missing somebody?
We're waiting for Kate.
Oh.
I think they just start back up the Zoom. Hang on.
Oh, they do.
Yes, hi, sorry, it looks like Zoom closed out and then restarted again.
Yeah, that's
but
what,
I'm
yeah.
here
I think
already?
they notified the public we were on break.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now we're up to 1820 Meadow Lane.
Yes, and let me go ahead and share before I jump into the brief discussion. Okay. So we're looking again at a house on Meadow Lane. This is 1820 Meadow Lane, also known as the Canasson House. Similar to other lots on the Barrier Island that are east of Road F, this area in this particular plot remained undeveloped until the construction of the Canasson House in the early 1980s. The home was built for Robert Canasson, a New York City trial lawyer, and he purchased the lot in the late 1970s and hired New York architect Myron Goldfinger to design the home. Drawings were initially submitted to the Village of Southampton's building department in 1981, and it appears that the home was completed in 1984. However, as you see it on the screen here, there was a 1992 addition that included a pool house and a connecting walkway and some spaces above the pool house. But that addition was done also by Goldfinger, and as you can see, was done in a similar architectural style using similar materials and architectural language. So the home is situated on a 5-acre lot, and today it stands, as I mentioned, a 2-wing, 3-story home, especially in this original portion of the home that you see on screen right now. Goldfinger called the home a quote-unquote temple in the dunes, and he described it as a modern temple to worship the sun. The home is really a study in rectilinear and curved forms. As you can see here in elevation, the home is dominated by this skylit barrel vault. Itself was a semicircle that runs along the central linear space. There are 3 larger semicircles that rise to varying levels that create terraces or a semicircular tower on one end of the building that extends up to the 3rd floor. And so the overall composition plays with the oversized barrel vault at the main house, then splits and reorganizes half circles into quarter circles at the flat roof, and essentially is kind of an essay in what happens when a rectilinear shape in plan, which you can see here, meets several different circular or semicircular forms. And so I think this is really evident here in plan. You can see this is the lower level, and you can see what I mean. There's kind of this rectangular form that then is flanked by a series of semicircular wings at levels above and below, as well as kind of a stair kind of tower that follows that same kind of geometric idea. You'll also see that even at the interior, and I know we're not focusing on interior spaces today, but the interior spaces also reflected this idea of rectilinear and curvilinear forms meeting an intersection. The pool house has a similarly central circular form. Oops, and let's go back to that for a second. So you'll see that on the one hand, the original home is kind of this extruded barrel vault with, as I mentioned, semicircular wings coming off of it, whereas the pool house is almost the inversion of that. It's as if you took the barrel vault, extruded it, cut it in half, and flipped it around. And so what you see is really a dynamic play between form here, solid and void, and then you have kind of that walkway that connects the 2 wings of the building. Again, this is another property that does not yet meet the property age requirement of 50 years, but the home is exceptionally important under criteria 3 and criteria 6. as excellent, intact examples of monumental modernist design. This is a prime example of noted architect Myron Goldfinger's work. It's actually the only example of his work that we know of in Southampton, and it's particularly so unique because of the later addition that was also designed by Goldfinger and uses the same architectural style, massing, materials, and forms. And so a little bit more about the style itself. So criteria 3 says that the building must embody the distinguishing characteristics of a type, a period, or a method of construction or design style, or is a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship, or is representative of the work of a designer, architect, or builder. And I would say that this building is both one representative of distinguishing characteristics of a building type or period, and also is representative of the work of Myron Goldfinger, a noted architect. As I mentioned, this style that Myron Goldfinger worked in was described as monumental modernism. This home exhibits some elements of modernist designs, and as you can see in this kind of pure geometric forms and the ornament-free detailing, but it used asymmetrical complex floor plans and this local expressive material like cedar siding that would weather over time. Goldfinger described the home as an essay in the interrelationship and interpenetration of round elements of mass and transparent ribbons of glazing. It's really representative of Goldfinger's signature aesthetic, which was heavily influenced by his studies with Louis Kahn, the renowned modernist. He would amass basic shapes. I'm speaking about Goldfinger here, half circles, blocks, triangles, and create dramatic sculptural statements that seem both modern and ancient, as if a Roman palace had lost all of its ornamentation, but had otherwise escaped the wear of time. His projects blended both kind of the historic and the new, as I mentioned. Like many late modernists, he sought to be more responsive to the local environment and local history than the pure modernist or international style buildings. And so we're seeing here really an evolution of what modernism is, and even bordering on postmodern design. When he kind of did these types of manipulations, Goldfinger later stated that he was, quote, particularly attracted to the simple barrel vaulted structures called gorfas that are found in southern Tunisia. And so this form that we see here at the Knesset House was utilized in multiple ways in multiple projects, but is really kind of the highlight here. I should mention, and I discussed this in the report, the home was altered in 1992, with the addition of the pool house. But really, actually, that kind of enhanced the complexity and even the integrity of the home because it was so continuous with the original design. Even I think, although Myron Goldfinger passed away recently, in 2014, he stated that he found the home to still be preserved beautifully. And so I think that there's a lot of architectural integrity there, even though there is a sizable addition to the home. Finally, it is the work of an architect of significance. Myron Goldfinger primarily practiced regionally in the New York and tri-state area, as well as select projects internationally. As I mentioned, they were really strongly influenced by the work of his former professor, Louis Kahn, with their sweeping curves, geometric forms, vast blank walls, and these vistas framed by walls of windows. Together, they create this sculptural monumentality that we see here. And Goldfinger's work rose to prominence in the 1980s and 1990s as his projects gained increasing exposure from publications like Architectural Digest, Architectural Record, and several others. He was a recipient of a Ford Foundation grant and the Brunner Award from the Architectural League of New York. He wrote 3 books, and he was accepted into the Selective Fellow of American Institute of Architects in 1986. And in the Digest of Achievements in his fellowship application, the AIA noted that his that, quote, his work displays a vigorous design philosophy based on the principles of modernism, geometry, and chiaroscuro. His work therefore exemplifies high standards of design by means of a taught master of his design vocabulary. So I think from there, I will open for comments, questions, and I'll pause my presentation.
Great, thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay, before we move on. Okay. I guess the attorney representing, John, I believe it's you, right? John Bennett?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. John Bennett, Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York, representing the owners of 1820 Meadow Lane. With me this evening is Civic Visions, who will be testifying. We submitted today a letter with some supporting documentation, including a report prepared by Civic Visions, but the testimony will have supplementary information. But I do want to touch briefly on some of the processes the board has undertaken in conducting this alleged study of modern homes. And again, of course, we're going to incorporate all the prior testimony and subsequent testimony into all these records because it bears on the very significant insufficiencies here. I am going to highlight some of the extreme and inexcusable lapses of procedure, substance, transparency, prejudgment, bias, and prejudice that has occurred throughout this process, as was demonstrated extremely ably through not only by Mr. Doyle, but by Mr. Walsh. Our client bought a home that is located outside of the Village Historic District. It's not even in the judicially recognized capture period for the Village Historic Studies performed, as per the federal and state government regulations. And regardless of any modifications that you've made to Chapter 65 of the Village Code or any powers of this board to landmark a structure, a home still needs to be within that capture period of the historic district. And this is something that this board cannot vary absent a thorough, studied process. And again, Ms. Regev herself, in just an absolute fatal admission tonight, said that this isn't really a true survey. That's how you came about this historic district, which had an absolute capture period. And that's something that Judge Modeleski told you. I've heard this board say, well, we filed a notice of appeal. That shows an absolute misunderstanding of what the effect of the Modeleski decision is now. You paid somebody about 3 hours worth of time to file a notice of appeal. And what that does is it stops the executory aspects of the order. But that case is law of the case and governs your determinations and decisions right now. Until when and if it's overturned, which I doubt will happen. The board should know that the appellate division recently, and the only time I've ever seen this happen, said that the granted a preference for the hearing of that appeal, and stated that the appeal should be argued expeditiously and is going to be scheduled expeditiously. But as has been stated by both Mr. Doyle and Mr. Walsh, that case is law of the case, and you are governed by it. And the fact that you have filed a notice of appeal does not remove your obligation under the law to conduct your proceedings in accordance with Judge Modeleski's decision. So anyway, our client bought the home located outside the Village Historic District. The home is less than 50 years old. In fact, the most recent addition was constructed 33 years ago. Civic Visions will discuss this more in detail, but this is not a home that has been identified in any publications as significant. There is simply no historic gravitas here. The investment-backed expectations of this client, the reasonable investment-backed expectations of our client, could not have foreseen or reasonably contemplated an attempt to landmark this home. It's not an historic district. It's less than 50 years old. The client was not a land use lawyer, but even if they had been, there would have been a reasonable expectation that no one was going to try to attempt to landmark this home. And I'm discussing reasonable investment-backed expectations of the client, because those are terms of arts. I'm discussing this important concept because it goes into the financial liability for the village and perhaps for board members. One of the things we have submitted to you are the estimates of probably the two most experienced brokers on the ocean in Southampton, that talks about, in line with some of the prior testimony, the significant loss of value. This essentially, a landmarking of this would be a taking. You should not, it's very clear, you should not fool yourself to think that these four substantial taxpayers of this village of Southampton are going to stand by and let this sort of significant economic damage be done to their properties without very, very significant litigation. I don't know that you have thought about the significant financial burden, not only in legal fees, but in my opinion, damages that you are opening not only the village, but yourself up to. That is not a threat. That is what is going to happen. In the entirety of the village, there are 6 structures that have been landmarked. 6 structures. Where is the expectation that this property would be subject to a landmark designation? Under the national standards, the process to consider landmarking involves the property owner. Here, 5 out of the 5 property owners oppose the action of the board. Again, no appropriate expectation. My client informs me that it was only after he purchased the house that he was told that some architect by the name of Goldfinger had designed the house. I will tell you, I've been a practicing law before all the architectural boards on the East End for approximately 35 years. I never knew who the hell Myron Goldfinger was. And if you can come into my office, I invite you to my office. Some people kid around and say you have more architectural books here than you have law books. He's a minor character. I'll refer to it over and over again. Myron Goldfinger is like the cover band for Gwathmey and Siegel or for Richard Meyer. Serious architects. Goldfinger, nowhere near that caliber. No neighbors support this. The letters in support are not from citizens, taxpayers of the village of Southampton. They're all in part of this echo chamber of advocates, including your own expert, who for some reason fetishize these incongruous homes. I find it appalling that somebody should sit here and try to tell these people what they can do with their homes. The potential for the designation of the structure as a landmark should be undertaken as a collaborative effort, not an ambush. As I fully outlined in the correspondence submitted this morning, this board conducted an alleged study of modern homes with no notice to the property owners. Any effort to gain clarity on the method and procedure for identifying this home has been frustrated by this board. Repeated requests for information are either ignored or alleged to be confidential. Now it's obvious because the proper facts, the proper study required to make this an exceptional building simply don't exist. The property owner had no knowledge of any of your efforts, yet private organizations such as Hampton's 20th Century Modern can publish advocacy notices weeks before the village sent my client a letter noting that his home had been identified as significant. This can only have come for your consultant, who is not supposed to be out there ginning up support before this board for a landmarking. Did you folks read the Bliss decision? Maybe you should talk about it with your counsel again. Gordon's activities and your enabling of them in the Bliss matter were excoriated by the judge. It's the law you must follow, and the appeal is meaningless. It reminds me sort of that news clip I saw the other day with the Bucks County, Pennsylvania election person saying, I know the judge has told us that we have to do something, but people ignore judges' orders all the time. You shouldn't be doing that. Any prior opportunity to, and then this is the real incredible thing. Again, you just, Modeleski gave you a roadmap on how not to approach these things, but you just ignored them. Prior to any opportunity to present evidence, and before the hearing all the evidence at the March 11th, 2022 meeting, the chairman reiterated, it's clearly our intention to landmark this house. How in God's name can you say that? At that period, you were told by the judge that that is not what you're supposed to do. That's not what anybody is supposed to do. You're supposed to hear the evidence, have a full opportunity. That's what's called due process. You don't come out and tell people what you're going to do, because you're essentially giving a judge a green light to say you prejudged this thing and I'm going to reverse you. I couldn't believe it when I heard it, particularly in light of the fact that the judge had admonished you. And then Board Member Rodlieb at the time, he was a member at the time, he stated, my comment is that this meets the requirement by code based upon research I've done. What the hell was that research? He didn't share it with anybody. And what Alex has presented to qualify for landmarking, again, before any opportunity for the homeowners to be heard. What in God's name are you people doing? You've been told you're not supposed to do this. Are you that brazen and arrogant to just ignore a Supreme Court judge's order? You prejudge this thing. Again, you've shot yourself in the foot. You've tainted this by prejudging it in writing on the transcript. And then I have to say, we're entering a strange dimension here, where I personally like Jeff a lot, but you really should have thought twice about coming here as a board member who stated that he was going to landmark this thing, and now he's appearing in support as an advocate of it. I mean, are you going to strike his comments from the record? Are you going to allow that? Let alone the fact from just a basic standing point of view. He lives 2 miles away, so he has no standing whatsoever. But it's a very strange thing you have here. You better think it actually really helps me in a litigation. You have a board member who said, I'm going to landmark this thing before hearing any other evidence, and is now appearing before you in support of it. Very strange. The board commissioned a $2,999 study to landmark 5 oceanfront estates in the village. Your retained expert has never visited the properties, as far as we can tell, yet determined the properties are so significant as to warrant landmark designation, relying on photographs provided by the village. You adopted this study after the village planner provided a verbal study of its findings at a meeting when the adoption of the study was never even noted on the public hearing agenda. This complete lack of transparency is violative of our clients' basic due process rights. Very, very strange. I was sitting in this room presenting some cases before this board. The agenda stopped. I walked out, and somebody told me the next day, you should have stayed there, because what happened is they waited for you to leave the room, and then they started talking about a historic study where they knew damn well you were representing one of the owners. What is this? What's the 3-card Monte going on here? This is supposed to be an open, transparent board. You have failed miserably in doing that. I must reiterate, this board represented the trustees in adopting the amended Chapter 65 of the Village Code that you would abide by the national standards. This is the colloquy at the trustees' public hearing on April 13th. Trustee Manger, and we follow the Secretary of Interior's guidelines. Mr. McIntyre, we do the criteria, Trustee Manger, which are set by the federal government. Mr. McIntyre, yes. We are set by the federal government and is the criteria that we look at when we are assessing different properties in the historic district, and also landmarks or monuments. So you're not only does your code section say that, not only does your laws say that, so all of the examples and all the references to interior guidelines and all the bulletins that Susan and George are going to talk about, you're bound by those. Yet you have adopted a goal-oriented report that fails to even attempt to demonstrate compliance with those guidelines for reviewing the structures to determine whether or not they meet the exceptional importance standards. Civic Visions will take you through these standards and show you how the house at 1820 meets none of them, despite Ms. Regev's attempt to meet those standards, which she fails at wholly. The report is what we refer to in the law as conclusory, result-oriented. It's what we call ipse dixit. It's so because I say it so. It's significant because I say it so. That doesn't cut it. As is clearly demonstrated in the analysis provided by Civic Visions, this home does not meet the exceptional importance standards. If you fail to meet this standard, you cannot designate this home as a landmark. 65E of the code, a property less than 50 years old, can only be considered for landmark designation if, 1, it's integral to the historic district, it's not in the historic district, or it's of exceptional importance. And again, we're going to demonstrate, and we have demonstrated, and we will continue to demonstrate, that not only has the board prejudged this matter, but the exceptional importance standard has not been met. Just highlighting some of the stuff in the Civic Visions report, but I'll let George and Susan speak for themselves. The Regev report failed to provide a properly scholarly evaluation of the property of the architect. It fails to provide a thorough understanding of historic context. There's no proof of any significant historic context or awareness of this building. No one considered this building to be an important building. If anything, it was viewed as an unfortunate excess down there on the beach, a negative history, if anything. People always scratch their head at this house. It wasn't something of any sort of architectural significance. A property owner should not have to point out to the board that the scholarly evaluation conducted was essentially a review of the architect's obituary and the architect's self-authored and self-published monograph of his own work. There's no scholarly studies of him. He appeared in some architectural digest books. Any books that talk about his works are all vanity press. The only publication of his work, a vanity press publication, is archived at UPenn and stored where they store books that haven't been requested for years. No one's interested in this man's work. The Regev report fails to frame the characteristics of the time period. It doesn't include significant research or provide adequate comparable local, regional, or national context. So again, but I'll have the experts go through this. We also incorporated into an analysis a report prepared by Steve Lemansky, a licensed engineer. At our request, Mr. Lemansky conducted an inspection of the home. The building has many structural deficiencies. It does not conform to FEMA elevation standards. So you're trying to consign this person to significant risk during a flood event, which makes no sense at all, a significant insurance cost, and significant possibility that during a flood event, the house will be essentially taken out. Some of the work has entailed replacing the roof multiple times, attempts at shimming the structure to be level, replacing an entire deck, including new structural supports. The work is ongoing as the main structure of the building has never been properly constructed or repaired to transfer the roof and floor loading to the piles. So as with many of Norman's work at the end, no, I'm sorry, excuse me. Well, I will make the comparison. Like many of Jaffe's works during the end of his period, this Goldfinger house was constructed in not a good fashion. Lemansky states that based over 40 years as a structural engineer, due to the nature of the original design and construction of the buildings, these problems will consist, and the deficiencies are a direct result of the original design and construction. I would also point out, in line with some of the prior statements made regarding the economic impact, what we have done is obtain affidavits from probably the two most prominent Southampton Village oceanfront brokers. Harold Grant, real estate broker with 30 years of experience, most particularly in the Village of Southampton real estate market, He's analyzed the potential value of 820 Meadow Lane, assuming it is not designated and assuming it is designated, and he gives some comps. He says the value of the property is $40 million, the current value of the property. However, if the subject property were to be designated a landmark, I would estimate the market value of this property at between $20 million and $25 million. Critical to the market value of a waterfront property is the ability for the owner to be able to develop or redevelop the property as the owner sees fit, not constrained by the designation as a landmark. Thus, the landmark designation would depreciate the value of this property by 37 to 50%. Tim Davis states that, also giving some comps, that I would estimate the market value of the property, if it were to be designated, the market value of the property would be $24 million to $26 million, where he estimates the current value of the property is $35 million. He also cites an example that I was aware of, being the Bliss's lawyer. Since the board, and we're bringing up Bliss because it's a concrete example, it's an incredible comp. Since the board denied Bliss's request for a certificate of appropriateness allowing for the demolition of that existing home, only one offer had been received to purchase the property. For that single offer, the only unconditional part of the offer was $7,500,000. I was part of that proposed transaction. It was immediately rejected, but this property has been on the market since this board denied the demolition. Only one offer of the unconditional part of the offer was $7.5 million on a house that Harold Grant and Tim Davis both, well, Davis at the lower end says is worth $35 million. So that's the kind of economic damage that is being visited on a whim, And what really I can't figure out is who the hell's driving this, other than this board, and you're supposed to be a board for the entire village, and a couple of modern architecture fanatics, one of whom you have appointed as your expert in a manner which you have been criticized as doing. I don't see the general taxpayers of the village of Southampton dying to have these houses landmark. The only letters of support that you have in this record, none of them are from village residents. Not one of them. They're not with any people with any sort of standing. They're not with people that have they're not stakeholders of the village of Southampton. So this is the sort of thing that may have been somebody's whim, but you should quickly just withdraw from consideration. I'm going to ask Civic Visions to, in their typical scholarly and extremely detailed way, to tell you that essentially that the Reg Ev report is not worth the paper that it's written on. If you could bring them into the room.
Sure. Can you hear us?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, we're Civic Visions. Susan Snyder.
And George Thomas. Civic Visions has been asked to review the designation report for 1820 Meadow Lane prepared for the village board by Kate Regev. You have already seen our evaluation of the Regev report for 1880 Meadow Lane and are finding that it meets none of the requirements for review in the special circumstance of resources that are less than 50 years of age. 1820 Meadow Lane also is less than 50 years of age, and therefore, as required by the Southampton Village Code, must meet the test of exceptional importance. It is not enough to merely say that a resource is so exceptionally important that the 50-year rule can be waived, it must be proven. A single house in the village by an architect does not make it important. The property in question, 18 Meadow Lane, was completed as it stands in 1994. It is not in a historic district. As discussed earlier, the 50-year rule is foundational to the designation process by creating an operational boundary for the imprecise concept of significance. That time span lets historical patterns become discernible, a factor that is especially important as architectural modes and careers rise and wane seemingly overnight. Provisions in the regulation provide a way around the 50-year rule if necessary. A less than 50-year resource can be designated if it meets specific research requirements to establish the elevated standard of exceptional importance. The Reg-Ev report fails to address the specific research requirements. Our research compels a finding that 1820 Meadow is not of exceptional importance. Because of the brevity of the Reg-Ev report, it failed to meet any of the research requirements. Failed to establish a geographical context in which to evaluate a building. Failure to establish a scholarly basis for review. Failed to undertake a comparative analysis of Goldfinger's career or the place of 1820 Meadow Lane in his career. Failed to compare specific buildings with other significant buildings of the context. Failed to create a researched and supportable statement of significance. And failed to then create a researched and supportable argument for waiving the exceptional importance standard of the 50-year rule. This exceptional importance standard means exceptional. The examples given in the federal documents for the resources that meet the 50-year rule standard of exceptional importance we've already seen, and they're much more than unique or unusual. They are truly exceptional. The examples in the various federal documents include New York's Chrysler Building, the launch pad for the first lunar landing, Elvis Presley's Graceland, not as architecture, but for Presley's impact on global popular culture. At 16 years of age, Dulles Airport was approved because it was a building that had transformed design away from the glass box, the house where Eugene O'Neill wrote his masterful plays, and Radburn, a remarkable town plan, all bypassed the 50-year rule because each of these examples is truly of exceptional importance. What was Myron Goldfinger's status among the architects of his generation? Whether he meets the village code requirement of being an architect of significance is not sufficient. The architect must have produced a building that is of exceptional importance. The narrative in the Reg-Ev report and many other sources has many claims about the importance of Goldfinger and of this house. It is claimed that he studied under or was mentored by Louis Kahn. It's claimed over and over again, including in the Reg-Ev report, is claimed in one publication after another. 1820 Meadow Lane is claimed to be the Wolf of Wall Street party house in multiple sources. Goldfinger is claimed to have received an AIA 25-year award, which is awarded one per year for a significant design that continues to have resonance a generation after its completion. Each of these claims is provably false. Goldfinger graduated before Kahn joined the Penn faculty, and he did not take the half-semester course that was offered by Kahn when he was a student. In actuality, Goldfinger's architecture has missed everything that Kahn taught and practiced, from expression of materials and structure to specificity of design for each site and purpose. 18 Meadow Lane was, as various movie location websites prove, not the Wolf of Wall Street house. But the fact that it was so readily confused is suggestive of another problem. Half of Goldfinger's houses rely on the same design moves. And finally, Goldfinger never received the AIA 25-year award, as is evident from the AIA award list published on Wiki. In fact, he never even received one of the local Long Island chapter Archie Awards for work in Nassau and Suffolk counties. Goldfinger had an undistinguished career at Penn, For the school's centennial history, he was not selected as one of the top graduates, nor is he even mentioned in the index. His dean's recommendations were brutal. The sole reason for my lack of enthusiasm is the fact that I know of such a large number of our own men who are applying who would outrank him, in my opinion. I've been asked by 4 of our present or past students to give them letters of recommendation to the American Academy. I regret to say that of these students, I would rate Mr. Goldfinger the least able. The base requirement for the type of survey undertaken by the Regev report should begin with the setting of an appropriate geographic context. That context spans the coast from New Jersey to Massachusetts, with scattered projects inland. This zone correlates closely with Goldfinger's career and other architects working in the important seashore and mountain resort areas in the 1960s to 1990s. As this map shows, Goldfinger's own projects exactly span the area, correlating with our assessment of the proper context. The architects against whom he should be compared and evaluated include at least this list. There may be others as well. Each of these architects, by their scores of publications, some numbering in the hundreds, by their design awards, typically numbering more than 100, as well as being winners of major professional awards, all tower over Mr. Goldfinger. A proper scholarly evaluation of Goldfinger would begin by looking in regional and national texts. The foundational study of the era is Vincent Scully's The Shingle Style Today. It looked at the late 19th century shingle style that Scully had discovered in the 1950s, and then examined the contemporary architects working in similar palettes and locations. Scully includes many designs by young architects leading up to his end date for this book of 1974. Many of the architects in the above list are included. Goldfinger is not. There is also an extensive literature, much of it by Alistair Gordon, that outlines the history of Eastern Long Island and lays out the different cultural phases and the distinct areas where different design types could be found. Monographs on individual architects of consequence also list competitors and rivals. Now, I want to say, looking at this and thinking about it, the sources that we saw when we evaluated them in the Regev report were wild. The monumental modernism quote comes from the obituary by an author whose primary expertise is in beer and wine, but not architecture. Monumental modernism, not so great. The other author that was quoted is an editor. I mean, what's going on here? These aren't the writers who know the field. They're not the writers who know what's going on. Next, please. Goldfinger does not make it into any of the literature. Whether Scully's foundational history, he is not included in the AIA Survey of Architecture in Nassau and Suffolk counties. None of his projects are included in the list of the local AIA chapter Archie Awards that span both counties. He is not included in another survey of Long Island by Carolyn Zaleski, Long Island Modernism, that covers the areas of Long Island where most of Goldfinger's projects were built. He is in none of these books at all. The one instance where he appears is for a few photographs of 1820 Meadow Lane and another house further to the east in Paul Goldberger's The Houses of the Hamptons. But even then, Goldfinger's presence is minuscule, with no accompanying text compared to the extensive coverage of other architects. An analysis of Goldfinger's career using his published work found that the professional architectural press stopped covering him in the late 1970s. A dotted line above our architectural record and the various important professional architecture magazines. After that date, he is published in a variety of mass culture magazines, mass market home and garden, not professional journals. It is likely that this occurred as Goldfinger began to repeat his designs to the point where they were practically indistinguishable. To date, There has been no monograph on Goldfinger by a reputable scholar. The only works about his firm are 3 self-authored and self-published books, the publisher being himself as the president of RTM Books, that provide no scholarly review or comment. The single book of note that he wrote, Villages in the Sun, was derivative of 2 earlier publications, Bernard Rudovsky's Architecture Without Architects, and the far more interesting but largely forgotten Native Genius in Anonymous Architecture by Sybil Moholy-Nagy that reopened important questions about siting and culture that universal modernism had abandoned. Goldfinger gave copies of all of his books to his alma mater, the University of Pennsylvania. All of them are now in off-site storage. As the final category, Goldfinger does not appear in the Standard Design Encyclopedia, the Grove Encyclopedia of Art, nor does he appear in the digital Oxford bibliographies. Apart from his own books and a few articles, one is hard-pressed to find any sources on his career. Having failed to undertake the assemblage of the books for a scholarly evaluation, the Regev report also fails to lay out and place Goldfinger within the 3 generational eras that historians have found to explain the architecture of Eastern Long Island. These eras represent the beginning of easy car access with the initial post-World War II generation of inexpensive experimental houses, followed by the rise of the high modern buildings that represented the new academic generation, and finally arrived at the historicizing designs of the postmodern architects that marked the demand of hyper-rich clients. It's important to note that there are a number of really important postmodern buildings in Southampton by Gene Futterman and by Robert Stern. None of these even made the list. I mean, it's just incredible that some of the most important early examples of postmodern weren't covered here at all. The Regev report lists a handful of houses, all of them from the generation before 1820 Meadow Lane, that have nothing to do with Goldfinger's work or era. The Regev report failure to undertake a proper scholarly evaluation has resulted in no context and no understanding of his career. The Regev report also fails to address the changing physical context over time. The empty dunes along Meadow Lane in 1964 were vastly different than the line of houses in 2024, when big houses were surrounded by suburban lawns. Nor is there a discussion of the drastic alteration to the site of 1820 Meadow Lane. It began as a rather modest house in the dunes and is now a much larger house and pool in a suburban lawn. More than a physical change, the lawns were part of a cultural shift from beach houses to trophy houses that are part of the regional history. A map of Goldfinger's Long Island buildings shows them concentrated in Nassau County near Queens, over on the left. This location suggested his clients were different than the standard Southampton clientele, but lacking any comparative analysis, questions of client and culture go unanalyzed. There is not even a comparative analysis of buildings within the Meadow Lane group selected for designation review. Of the houses on Meadow Lane suggested for landmark designation, why are these 5, now 4 buildings selected? Was it just for their A-list oceanfront sites? What makes 1820 Meadow Lane stand out from the other 16 sites? Based on extensive research in the University of Pennsylvania archive, the scholarly literature, comparative analysis within his and his contemporaries' careers, as well as the numerical analysis of numbers of articles and other publications, the numbers of prizes received, Goldfinger's relative standing becomes apparent as a minor figure in the shaping of the architecture of the region and the generation.
This leads to the question of whether 1820 Meadow Lane is of exceptional importance to Southampton Village, making it possible to waive the 50-year rule. Again, this test of exceptional importance is incorporated in the village code. Our research found that Goldfinger devised a design strategy that we call a kit of parts. Goldfinger's strategy is not unlike the Build-A-Bear workshop stores, in which you can create your very own bear from an assortment of pre-made parts. Goldfinger states that his barrel vault roof houses were derived from houses that he photographed and studied around the Mediterranean, though with a significant difference. Goldfinger is not building stone vaults. And unlike Lucan, whose buildings were powerful expressions of their materials, construction, and purpose, Goldfinger's roofs were made with concealed steel arches and light wood framing. They are more like whiskey barrels than actual stone vaults. In the end, Goldfinger reduced the influence of ancient stone buildings to a cartoon. His barrel vault roofs began around the late 70s. Later, he dealt with the darkness inherent in the single volume roof by splitting it to let in light. This became an alternate roof type. It first appeared in the Jaroslaw and Porter houses, the top two on the right side, before being reused at 1820 Meadow Lane and others. The same design was used on the Atlantic seashore and in the Caribbean and even the American desert. Another standard choice in the kit of parts are semicircular decks projecting from the main top levels, often supported on a central post. They could be surrounded by vertical plank walls or pipe railings, but the shape was constant. Quarter circle end walls and roofs became another feature, one that often masked angled ceiling glazing. Further, if not most of Goldfinger's houses uses a nearly freestanding chimney as another design focal point. Finally, the last of the standard kit of parts choices was the directed projection, sometimes through the entire house, sometimes as a short rectangular deck toward the view. Taken together, a Goldfinger client could, quote, build a house from his kit of parts. No building better exemplifies the kit of parts house than 1820 Meadow Lane, in which every feature comes from the design menu: a split barrel vault roof, an external chimney, a semicircular deck, a projection, quarter circle walls. This undermines the idea of authenticity in design while also creating a situation in which one house is confused with another, as in the 1820 Meadow Lane Jaroslaw mix-up, about which house was the Wolf of Wall Street party house. Given the similar color palette and similar elements from the kit of parts, the confusion is understandable. The house has undergone other changes, from a relatively modest house that contrasted with its rough setting. It has now been nearly doubled in size with an added pool, is set in the green lawn of a modern trophy house. Insofar as important architecture still depends on originality, specificity of design relating to site, authenticity of construction, 1820 Meadow Lane is essentially a collection of cliches that is neither first, only, or best. Compared to original works by its contemporaries, this building does not rise to the level of exceptional importance. 1820 displays none of the qualities by which exceptional importance might be established. The Regev report, having failed to provide any of the research or comparisons necessary to reach a conclusion of exceptional importance, should be rejected. With research and scrutiny, Mr. Goldfinger becomes a modest figure in his generation, and 1820 is, within his career, not an original design, but rather an assembly of parts. 1820 Meadow Lane cannot be considered to meet the required standard of exceptional importance required to waive the 50-year rule. It should not be designated. And as John has mentioned, a report by Southampton Engineering is included with our report that notes the significant issues of physical deficiencies that occur in 1820 Meadow Lane. Okay. Any questions?
Word? Thank you. I see none. Thank you very much. So, John, does this conclude? Where's John? there.
Yeah, we'll hold it open on the same day as the other ones, I assume.
Yep. Is there any public comment?
Sorry, but I'll be very quick.
Oh, Jeffrey.
So again, I'm Jeff Broadleib.
You're still Jeff Broadleib.
166 Halsey Street, and a friend of John Bennett's. And I respect John's advocate and advocation for his clients. He does a great job. There's always a risk in speaking in hyperboles, and there are a couple of things that I'd like to point out. One, John made the analogy or reference to Goldfinger as a cover band, and no one is interested. Not too many cover bands, and people of no interest find themselves having an obituary in the New York Times citing his work. And yes, the folks from Civic then discredited the obituary writer, who I'm sure did his journalistic duty in researching it, as they did in theirs, but their bias is clear. He spoke about of Goldfinger architecture that and his design, and in the obituary was quoted saying, "Only the timeless basic geometry repeats in time," hence his design work. And then there was another statement made that the owner, I believe Mr. Jacobs, was clueless about the designer. The listing in 2014, the publication when it went under contract in November of 2014, between the time of the closing in roughly April of 2015, when there was a picture of Mr. Jacobs in the New York Post, having closed on this significant house. So a couple of misstatements, just wanted to correct that and bring to your attention for the record. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Anybody raising their hand? I bet no. All right. Board members, any other questions? Okay. Then I'm going to move that we adjourn discussion for 1820 Meadow Lane till January 27th. Is there a second?
Before we do that, Sorry, if it's possible for me to just address a couple of things like I did for the other buildings. So I think there were two comments about Myron Goldfinger that were purportedly false claims. I want to clarify that those are not claims that were made in the report, and therefore were not part of why the building was being considered or being recommended for designation. The report never claimed that the home was the same one featured in The Wolf of Wall Street. That is, I agree, a false narrative, and that was why it did not make it into the report. I also never claimed that Goldfinger won the 25-year AIA award, so I'm not sure where those ideas come from, but those are not ideas that are presented in the report as a reason why Goldfinger was a significant figure. I think, though, that, so I think those are not reasons why the building is being considered by this group. And I think, broadly speaking, some of the claims that were made or suggested, that there's no monograph on him, that most of his works weren't in the area. I mean, I think that really today people are re-examining postmodern and 1980s, 1990s architecture. And this is part of that story. This is part of the reexamination of homes from this time period. And so that would be why, there's not as much written about him. There's no monograph on him, I would say, yet. And I think that is perhaps in some ways even more of a reason to consider this building, so that it's really forward-looking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, thank you. I'm going to go back to motion to adjourn 1820 to January 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Kate, last one. You want to set us up for 1360 Meadow?
Sure, and I will go ahead and share screen again. Okay. So last here for today, we are looking at the Sugarman House. The Sugarman House was designed and built for Marvin Sugarman, a successful television producer best known in the 1950s. He commissioned designer Ward Bennett to create a beach home for his family that included his wife Ronnie and 3 children. And so this building was designed in the early 1960s. And at that point in time, this portion of Meadow Lane remained undeveloped. And even into the late 1960s, after the completion of the home, the block really only housed a handful of smaller summer homes. I'm showing here on screen a plan from the 1970s when some small minor alterations were made to the home. But you can see in plan that it's kind of almost cubist in form, and it consists of 3 bays of stucco-clad concrete walls that kind of project up from the dunes at varying heights. And so we see that in this historic photo here. In plan, which is what you see on screen, some of the concrete walls splay out, enabling expansive views and breaking with the otherwise rectilinear planes of the home. The home is primarily 2 stories in height, but a portion of a single bay reaches 3 stories, and it's kind of this play off of the slopes of the surrounding dunes that creates a dynamic elevation. Originally, the lowest level was open with 9-foot-high concrete walls acting as shear walls that elevated the upper floors and enabled broad views of the sea and landscape. But as I mentioned, in the 1970s, that lower level was actually enclosed and to create more square footage in the home. Other materials present are cantilevered steps in teak and glazed windows and teak window frames. So the facade presents a really intriguing, irregular, solid void dynamic. Each bay reflects the use of the space inside. So we have smaller vertical windows for restrooms, larger nearly floor-to-ceiling windows for bedrooms and living spaces. And the material palette is restrained, limited to stucco and plaster, teak, and stone tile. And the result is a building that is minimalist and restrained, but really dynamic and at that moment in time, quite unique for this particular part of Southampton. The New York Times Style magazine referred to it as Bennett's most passionately austere creation that stands as a subtle rebuke to the contemporary excess and gaudiness. So this home, I will hop back for a second. So this home was completed in 1964, so it is not subject to the 50-year exception. It is within the 50-year rule. And so therefore, we're looking at 3 primary criteria for why it is being recommended for designation. It exemplifies, or under criteria 1, it exemplifies or possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest of value as part of the political, economic, or social history of Southampton Village. And in this case, it's really an excellent example of modernist architecture and one of the few surviving examples of this architectural style in Southampton. It exemplifies that period during the 1950s and 60s that I talked about when there were upwardly mobile, upper middle class creatives often that were in New York City, and they purchased lots in the Hamptons. They sought out exciting designers and architects who could construct relatively modest but still meaningful, exciting design modern residents. And so the Sugarman House is part of this highly influential architectural legacy where someone in kind of a creative media industry hired someone who was in an equally creative industry. And I'll talk a little bit more about Ward Bennett in a moment. But so this home is unique for that reason, and also because it's at this point in time almost an unusual survivor from that period in time. Many other smaller homes that are similar in square footage that were completed around the same time and in the same area have been demolished. And this home really helped to set the tone for future modernist homes in the area, especially along Meadow Lane. Criteria 3 embodies the distinguishing characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction or design style, or as a valuable example of the use of indigenous materials or craftsmanship, or is representative of the work of a designer, architect, or builder. And in this case, it's really a distinctive home that embodies what design critics today call the warm modernism or soft modernism aesthetic, that's kind of associated today with designer Ward Bennett. He really was best known for his furniture and his houseware commissions, and so in a way, this home is almost an unusual commission for Bennett. But it also was one in which he had full artistic expression. It really was, he was in charge of both the exterior, the site planning, the interior design, and the furnishings that together created kind of a total body of work. There are no other homes or buildings in Southampton designed by Bennett, and only a handful of projects where he designed both the exterior and interior. And of those, even fewer survive. So even so, the Sugarman House has been recognized as his most passionately austere creation. And then finally, criteria 6 is the work of an architect of significance. And so while Bennett was not a licensed architect, he was an acclaimed multidisciplinary designer. He was widely published and recognized during his lifetime. His projects ranged in scale from entire buildings to objects and clothing. And actually, it's his interiors and homes that have been the least recognized, largely because there were so few of them. So we're really dealing with something quite unique here. His work was published in dozens of times over the course of his career, starting in the 1940s through the 2000s even. His work was showcased in Vogue, the New York Times, Arts and Architecture, Progressive Architecture, House and Garden, Architectural Design, House Beautiful, and other publications. He worked with famed architects and firms like SOM and Philip Johnson, and he was honored in 1985 by the American Institute of Architects for his distinguished achievements. There were 2 other homes that Bennett designed. One is his own home in East Hampton, and that was in the early 70s, and then the Allen Wenner House in Amagansett, which was originally designed for stockbroker Hale Allen, and then was actually restored or renovated by Bennett in the 1990s. And several additions were made to that home. I will just conclude by kind of what I said before, that this building, is clearly one of Bennett's few designs, and that the New York Times Style magazine referred to it as his most passionately austere creation that stands as a subtle rebuke to contemporary excess and gaudiness.
Great, thank you guys. Any questions for Kate before we move on? Okay, so the representatives for 1360.
Thank you. Anthony Pasca, Essex, Hepner, Angel, Italia, and Pasca. We are representing DF Meadow LLC. I want to do things backwards from the prior ones, which is to allow my expert to go first so that she can say goodnight to all of us. So if we can turn it over to Dr. Cooperman, and then I will finish up when she's done.
Okay.
That's all right.
Dr. Cooperman, if you'll raise your hand, Sage will find you, and we'll put you on the screen.
Already got it. I'm here. Okay.
We can hear you.
I will. Okay, very good. I will see if I can get my PowerPoint again. I don't know if he's still in the meeting. If Kyle Toth is still in the meeting, could he also be promoted to panelist? Again, my colleague and collaborator on this project. I would like to give him a chance to add anything if I've forgotten anything again.
I'm here.
Great, thank you. All right, I want to, all right, let me get this going. Oops, I have to, sorry, gotta share my screen. I think I could get this by now. Okay. All right, can everybody see that?
No. We don't see it yet.
No.
Wait a minute.
How about that?
There you go.
Yes.
There we go. All right, I got it. All right. I will attempt to do this in an economical fashion because obviously it's getting very late and I'm sure everyone is tired.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
In that vein, I will not repeat myself. So I will take as understood my discussion about the importance of evidence and track record and finding documentation that state or national level and every level of significance. And I want to make a couple of, sorry, there we go. A couple of statements before I actually talk about the building in any detail. First of all, I have, with respect to correct Ms. Regev about the date of the building. I discovered looking in some of the files from the village records, I discovered a chain of title and a survey from around the period when the house was built. And Marvin Sugarman did not own the building, did not own the lot in 1964. He did not purchase it until 1965. And the earliest date of a survey of the lot with the building footprint on it is in 67. So, and the monograph, which Ms. Regev does refer to in her report on Ward Bennett, also dates it to circa 68, which is why I've used that date and correct, correlating it with the documentation that exists in the form of the chain of title and the survey. So it's my estimation that the building was built around 68, which is what the monograph of Ward Bennett has as its date. I also want to take issue with her identification of both criterion 1 and criterion 6. Criterion 1, there is in my NR, I mean, it wasn't just me, we made an exhaustive search of contemporary publications. And there is no evidence that this building was influential or particularly significant within the context of the development of this particular portion of the village. There is no contemporary discussion of Marvin Sugarman in Southampton. There is no discussion of this development of this portion of Meadow Lane, the Meadow Lane Barrier Beach. And it was, as Ms. Regev referred to earlier, the Barrier Beach had begun to be developed many decades before. So we found absolutely no evidence that there was any particular significance, any special character. The word special, as I mentioned before, occurs in your ordinance. There was nothing exceptional or special about or influential about the creation of this house within the context of its time in terms of a historic event. I also think it's really not accurate to describe Ward Bennett as an architect per se. Yes, I totally agree with what Ms. Regev said about the number of houses that he certainly had an enormous, a driving design role in, would be the way I would describe it. But he was not skilled as an architect. He was not registered as an architect. He is not ever discussed as an architect per se in contemporary literature. But it is accurate to say that he was responsible for the design of buildings. So I think it's, and I do not think that it's inappropriate to consider significance under criterion 3. Because Ward Bennett, as Ms. Regev said, Ward Bennett there's ample documentation about the significance of Ward Bennett as an interior designer, as a designer of furniture, and other objects. So I think I want to take a moment to look at the building as it was originally built, which Ms. Regev does include in her report and which appears in the monograph. on Ward Bennett that appeared relatively recently. And I think, well, one more item on, excuse me, forgive me. I think it's worth noting that there's, in addition to there being no track record, no evidence about the building being particularly significant for its association with its, as a historic event within the context of the development of the area, or for its association with any of the owners, for that matter, who, I'm not contending that Marvin Sugarman was not an important individual. He was, but his professional life was elsewhere. His achievements were elsewhere. This was not a place that was associated with his achievements. There is no contemporary evidence that anyone thought this building was important. It was not published in any architectural journal. In fact, none of Bennett's residential designs were published in architectural journals in the period, or noticed by newspapers in the period. I mean, the newspaper reference that Ms. Bragg gave is much after the fact, and that I would say that it certainly is true, as she notes, that the building has become increasingly recognized by book-length studies such as the monograph that I've been talking about, and as well as Alistair Gordon's Weekend Utopia, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. So it's just an interesting sideline. I think I would describe it as, for Bennett, a kind of not a footnote, but certainly not the core of his professional activities or his career. And with that, I want to take a moment just to look at it and see what we have. I mean, one of the things that is, I think, making it an interesting design is the fact that this was a very small house, believe it or not. It looks monumental, and it is monumental because of the proportions and because of the dramatic use of very simple minimalist forms, which is the minimalist approach to design was one of the hallmarks of Ward Bennett. And I think what you can see in this historic image is several of the key characteristics of his design. The flaring walls that Ms. Regev mentioned. One of the things to note is the unequal height of the two walls, and the fact that there are two of them, and they are balanced in the sense that they project out and form kind of flanges from the main section of the building, which is this, and that there is a reception of volumes going from what is on it's really the west to the east on the screen from left to right, that are a series of rooms that are raised above the dune with open space below, with a series of very clear minimalist horizontals and verticals. And by the way, those windows aren't all restrooms, the horizontal windows. So you can see there's a succession from an opening on the left to a smaller opening on the right, where there's a recessed balcony, to a smaller opening in a kind of rhythm across the main beach-facing elevation, which is what you're looking at here, with this tower, which is actually only one room. It's one big room. Rising above it with two sets of exterior stairs, one which you can just barely see just right of center, an open tread stair, and then a concrete stair over there at the far right margin. So that was the building as it was originally. That's Bennett's design. That's Bennett's creation. And we have very little documentation of this building, which is, I think, one of the byproducts of it not having received too much attention in the time. But there are a number of things that can be noted. This is the model I am particularly fond of the VW bus. I'm sorry, I have to say that. And there are a number of things I want to point out here because they are also important elements of the design, which is that sort of towards the middle, can you see my cursor? I don't know if you can. There are, that what you're seeing there is an open terrace, so that in parallel to the elevated rooms, which were this building, three rooms basically, there is an elevated terrace. And the stair was open, and that was the main entrance to this building was up that open stair onto this terrace. And then there was access into the building itself. So this is the building. As Kyle, my colleague, said a while ago, you know, this really was just a relatively small summer cottage, even though it's made to look very monumental by the volumes and the treatments. So this is that central stair as it originally was designed and built. A number of sources have, and particularly the monograph on Bennett, have pointed to the connection, the inspiration that Bennett took from Luis Barragan, the famous and important Mexican modernist. And you can see that in essence, and I'm not making this up, this came from the monograph. Essentially, what Bennett did was to take some of the forms that Barragan had really pioneered and to use them devoid of color. So he made minimalist forms even more minimal. I want to stop for a moment to talk about another really important concept. I talked about the key importance of a track record and evidence in forming and supporting an argument for significance. Another really tricky concept, and I say it's tricky because most people don't understand it, and I did not understand it particularly well for a long time in my career, but I had to do a deep dive into it for one of my nomination projects that you may have noticed I mentioned when I was presenting before, but didn't really talk about, which is the New York State Pavilion. And historic integrity is not structural integrity. It is not the presence or absence of historic material per se. It is the presence or absence of materials that represent or convey the historic significance of a property, in this case, a building, a house. And not the New York Pavilion. New York Pavilion was not a house, obviously. So in the effort to have this property designated as a National Historic Landmark, ultimately the National Historic Landmarks Office rejected my nomination because they said that the property did not retain integrity. And that's the other thing that I just, my own mistake just pointed out. It's one of the difficult aspects of this, because integrity is a question of presence or absence. You can either convey significance or you can't. Integrity, a property has integrity or it doesn't. And the Park Service decided that this did not have integrity as a National Historic Landmark. Ultimately, we were able to have it designated at the level of National Register because NHL designation requires what's called a high degree of integrity, and National Register designation does not. But if essentially, for example, if you're going to say you're going to proceed to try to designate or a property that's important for its design, the characteristics that convey that the ideas of that design have to be there. So that's the key issue with this property. this is a graphic that shows you the changes that have taken place. And the first set of alterations took place with the arrival of a new owner, the Walentis, in the 70s, and were done in a campaign that started in 78. And so what you're seeing throughout here, pretty much all of it in the yellow, were the alterations from 1978. These included cutting down that wing wall that flared out sort of toward the middle, altering that geometric form that Bennett had designed, and infilling all of the exposed open space. And it wasn't a transparent space, it was an open space with nothing but dune surface in it. That's a key characteristic of Bennett's design. Was infilled. And on the far right, the volume that you see there, which in yellow, was created in 1981 for the Wentis as a pool house. Wentis is the pool house. The green portions that you see here are indicate the alterations that were made in much more recently in 2017. And what you see that these did is that in the middle section, what had been a recessed balcony with a shadow line was essentially brought inside by the repositioning of the window to be flush with the exterior wall. That sequence that I was talking about with very clear horizontals and verticals and very precise rectilinear forms was removed by an addition that was put on in 78 on the right side of the building on the second floor. So that geometry is no longer legible. The open space that was one of the key characteristics of the monumental elevation of these room spaces, these really pretty small room spaces, no longer exists. So you can see that here in the contrast between the two. And that the stair that you see just left of center in the lower right image was introduced in the 1978 alterations. Similarly, the changes on the other side of the building are also very much have really led to the loss of the integrity of the design of the building. And these include the loss of that open terrace up at the main level, which you see in green on the right. The loss of the two different height walls, which again a characteristic of the original design. The infill and construction of new wall areas at the main entrance of the building. That open entrance that you could see in the stair in that historic photo that I showed you is no longer visible from the outside of the building. The enclosure, this is the same color coding as the other. So 78 is the yellow and 2017 is the green. So the Bennett geometry no longer has integrity. And in a minimalist design, it is small, what seemingly small and seemingly sympathetic, quote unquote, changes lead to a loss of integrity. And you can see that a lot of how these changes have affected the proportions, the linearity, and the composition of the original Bennett design. And just to kind of give you an analogy for this, which I think might help understand this, I suspect many of you recognize this building. This is the famous Villa Savoie by Le Corbusier in Poissy, from much earlier, obviously. And it is one of its several characteristics are these relatively monumental yet unadorned geometric walls that rise towards the skyline, the open space at ground level, and the terracing at the main level. This is, if you imagine what has been done to the Sugarman House, to 1360 Meadow Lane, this is essentially analogous to what has happened. The infill and enclosure of the lower floor, which was characteristically open, the removal of sections of monumental walls, which you see up there on the left, and the addition of different forms that were not part of the original composition. And so this, while I agree, the building does meet criterion 3, it's important to remember that your ordinance has this other component, which is the requirement for historic integrity. And that is just as important as the threshold of whether a property meets one or more criteria. All right, and with that, I will conclude.
Thank you.
And I will see if Kyle has anything he would like to add.
I do not. Thank you, Emily.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Want me to go now, or do you want to have Ms. Regev respond? I don't care.
No.
All right. Good. Thank you. I want to also point out that the renovation plans, we did submit an exhibit pack. It was a little difficult to, we don't have any original building plans of the house, but we do have the renovation plans that the Willentis family put in place in '78, which I'll point out was only 10 years after the original house was done. That was the whole.
Oh, Tony, may I make one more point? I apologize. It's getting late.
I'm sorry, be very quick. We need to move on.
I will. I know. I understand. This is going to be very quick. I want to make one more important point. In the most recent campaign of renovations, it was a gut rehab, so that if there were any, Kate Regev talked about this as a total work, that she talks about in her report as a Gesamtkunstwerk, which is, it means a sort of a total artistic environment. That gut renovation essentially took away anything that might have remained on the interior that was a part of a Bennett design for the interior. And for someone who's been recognized as a significant interior designer, I think that's a crucial point.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Okay, so you have the 78 building plans that were done by Beyer, Blinder, Bell, and there was some 81 minor changes, and then the other major renovation that Dr. Koopman talked about was the 2017 renovation by Trimble Architecture. All those plans are set, so you can take a look at them. Now, she's talked about the house mainly. What I would like to focus on more is the process that led us here and why we think that you need to start this process over if you're even going to go forward with it. But I'm going to generally talk about the process, and I want to start with the early process, which was the pre-Kate Regev proposal process, because it's very important to how we end up in this room with 4 properties only being considered for this kind of ad hoc landmarking. And you talked about yourself being the applicant. You're also the decider. So you have an extremely unique responsibility on this project. You're both the applicant and the decider. And what we have found since we've been hired after we got the first notice was how mysterious this whole original process was that led to this point where our client is now part of a very small select group of targeted properties. And the problem with that early process really goes back to the beginning of it, because there's really no record of it. It was all done in some sort of secrecy. We have no public record that we could find as to who actually decided to initiate this process. All right. It was not part of we looked in the comp plan updates to see if there was any hint there as to initiating a process like this. And as you've heard before already today, that process that was started by the village, capital V, is underway and has nothing to do with this era. Okay, somehow this process got started after the fact and outside of that more comprehensive process, but we have no record of exactly how it got started and who was the initiator, who voted on it, who decided that this was something that was worth doing. Now, somebody came up with it. Somebody perceived there to be a need to do this, but the real question is it a problem that then engendered this board looking at it, or is it a solution in search of a problem? And it feels like it's the latter, because nobody can point to sort of an initiation of this process as to somebody in this village saying, we need to do this. We need to study this particular era, this particular grouping of homes, because they're being excluded. We've heard Mr. Wallach talk about it. We've heard him use the word we before, but we, people on this side of the room, have no idea what that means, because there's no actual record of who the we is in the village. There's no public discussion of it, and there's certainly no vote by this board to initiate a process. If I'm wrong, point us in the direction. But what I can say is this board only operates by majority vote. Not one of you sitting on this board, not the chairman, not any member, not your planner, not your attorney, have the power to do anything on behalf of this board except by majority vote, taken at a meeting like this. Not in some back room where you're talking around and saying, maybe this is a good idea, but something taken in public at a meeting like this. It's the only power you guys have. So we found no record of any vote like that. If you were discussing it, you were discussing it in secret, but there's certainly not a public process that supports the initiation of this project. And it's a big deal. Obviously, we're here for a reason. This is a very big deal to at least these 4 property owners who are left on your target list. And we can't tell them as their representatives how this even got started, how the master list got winnowed down to this mini list that they now find themselves on, and nobody else in this village is on it. We can't tell them that because there's no public record of it. You would think before starting on something that could have such a drastic impact on people that there would at least be a discussion, there'd at least be some talk. It's this board and the trustees, in public, this board and the planner, but there's no actual record of that. And that's a very disturbing problem that starts this process off on a very wrong foot. If you had done it publicly, we would think that there was some discussion that would shape the process to follow. You would have talked about what are the goals that we want to reach in this project? What's the study group that we want to include? What are the criteria that we're looking for if we're going to start down? And that's what a comprehensive review would have done. But for whatever reason, the talk has been, this is not a comprehensive review. It's not a comprehensive review. Please don't mistake this for a comprehensive review. We get it. We've all heard that many times now. from Ms. Regev, from Mr. Wallach, and even from some of you, this is not a comprehensive review. And that is a problem when you're one of 4 property owners that have been targeted for something like this, is trying to figure out how you got there. So what we have found are some kind of snippets of information that don't really help clarify this early process and this winnowing down of properties that ended up with where we are. We have inconsistency. We have, and it's strange because some of them are in writing, some of them are in affidavits, but the first record we have, first public record, was Ms. Regev's proposal that came in August of 23. And the way she described the beginning of the process was that it was based on an initial long list of properties suggested by the planning director of the Village of Southampton and local advocacy group Hampton's 20th Century Modern. So that's how she described the beginning suggestions of this study. It was coming from the planning director and a local advocacy group. And here she is presenting you with a proposal to then take that, and the way she put it, develop a short list of homes for consideration of local landmark designation. So apparently she knew, because she hadn't been hired yet, that there was some study going on that Mr. Wallach was involved in, that Hampton's 20th Century Modern was involved in, but nobody else in the public knew about it. A year later, Mr. Wallach put in an affidavit, this was in May of 24, where he described it as, quote, Ms. Regev coordinated with the village to identify a long list of modernist homes in Southampton Village, a list that was then reduced to approximately 10 to 15 homes in the Village of Southampton, and then reduced to a short list of 5 homes to focus her research efforts on. He said, but given the limited scope and budget of this study, it was determined, passive voice, to limit the recommendations to only the 5 most exceptional homes identified. Who made that decision? We don't know. Somebody must have made it. Somebody told Ms. Regev, or told Mr. Wallach, or he told her, or 20th Century Modern told them, you're going to start with a long list, you're going to reduce it down to 10 to 15, and then you pick your favorite 5. And those 5 people are going to be the only ones who get targeted for this unique landmarking that this village has never done before. But we don't know who made that decision. There were more public statements that just kept muddying the waters about this early process. At the first meeting when Ms. Regev's report was introduced to the board in February of 24, Mr. Wallach said, I believe it was about 10 or 15 buildings that she had looked at. We had kind of a long list based on some initial research that she had done. Again, he's kind of blaming her for coming up with this long list. And he goes on, and then we have kind of fine-tuned that research even further, looking at existing conditions and further information, and she felt that the 5 that she included in her final report were really some of the best examples. So now she's involved in this long list, short list winnowing process, even though she had said that the list was recommended to her by the planning director and 20th Century Modern. And then the month later, he says it this way. We had given her kind of a long list, working with her office to identify about 10 to 15 houses that we felt were examples of modernist architecture, and asked her to narrow down what we thought were about the 5 most exceptional, best examples. So this isn't a comprehensive report of every modernist house in the village. We kind of asked her to focus on really the top tier of the best example. So I'm not trying to quibble over language, but It's very important to us to figure out why this is happening to our clients, because we can't tell them. And we had this mixed messages going back and forth. One time it's the planning director suggesting to her something. Another time it's her suggesting to him something. Other times they use the words we. Who's the we? Is this board involved in the we? Or is this board in the dark just as much as we are? What we don't know is, did anybody actually authorize Mr. Wallach to start that process? Is he qualified to start a process like that? Did anybody here authorize him to work with 20th Century Modern, an advocacy group that has certainly an agenda? And why them? Why did they have access to this process before anybody else in the public, including the victims of this process, had any access to what was going on? And who told them to work with Ms. Regev? That's also a mystery to us. She appears in this process and comes up with a proposal that was the first time she was mentioned in anything, because there was no request for proposals made by the board. So did he just pick her because he happened to know her from college, or is there some other reason why she ended up being the one and only person who got considered by this board to do this job? Now, the biggest question that we have about this early process is about the properties on this list, or I should say on all the lists, because we have this talk about there being a really long list. That's the long list. And then there's another long list, which is the 10 to 15 houses that ended up getting considered by Ms. Regev to then get winnowed down to the short list. So I'm going to call it the long list, the medium list, and the short list. And what we have no idea about is who was on the long list, who was considered as part of the master group of potential modernist houses that didn't make the cut to get down to the next level of medium list. We know that they worked together to figure it out, but we have no idea how we got there. So we foiled for these things. Every person in this room, every lawyer in this room put in FOIL requests to this board to find out about these lists, these mystery lists that we heard about. And guess what we were told? Buzz off. We have a privilege. We don't have to share it with you. That's interdepartmental, intra-agency privilege, and we're not sharing it with you. Now, I'm not going to argue with you about whether that's legal or not. It may be, it may not be. But here's the problem with hiding behind a privilege. You're the applicants and the deciders, and you've taken this chunk of the decision-making process, and you've told us it's off limits to our eyes. We don't get to know who was on the big list, who didn't make the cut, who was on the medium list, who got considered by Ms. Regev but didn't make her final cut. And your invocation of a privilege may be legal, but that doesn't mean it's right, and that doesn't mean it's going to help you if you end up wanting to go forward with this and it ends up getting in front of a judge who asks the same question. Who did you reject from this list? I don't even know if any of you know, to be honest. I assume that Mr. Wallach knows who's on that list, but I have no idea if any of you know, because it was never discussed at any meeting of this board. And apparently there's no record of anybody sending you the information of who was on the big list and who was on the list of 10 to 15. I guess you guys would know if you know who's on it, but if you don't know, that's an even bigger problem than if we don't know, because you're the ones who are actually deciding this process. And so it's a little scary to think that something happened out there beyond the view of the public, but potentially also beyond your view. And yet that's what's led us, the four people here, the four homeowner representatives, to being the only ones who are affected by this process. Now, I'm not your attorney, so I'm not going to give you advice on what you can and can't do. but I know you've heard these terms before, arbitrary and capricious. I know that that's a standard that courts will hold you to, and it's not the courts that are holding it, it's the law that holds you to making decisions that are not arbitrary and capricious. So here's the problem with the secrecy that I've just described is let's start with us. How can we come to a conclusion other than that it's completely arbitrary that our clients made it on this list and at least 5 to 10 others didn't even make it from one list and some untold number didn't make it from another list? So from our perspective, it's completely arbitrary being the only ones on this list. By extension, some court's going to have to make that decision if you wanted to go forward on this. And how is a court going to decide if what your decision making is arbitrary and capricious or not, when you won't even tell them what the first part of the decision making process was? If you can't tell a court how you got to this list of 4, which is the only list the court's going to know about, how can a court decide if that's arbitrary and capricious or not, if you had rational reasons or not, if there's no record of it, because you won't tell us and you won't tell the court? All the comments that we've seen on this so far suggests that Mr. Wallach and Ms. Regev were the ones doing the winnowing down. That they were the ones looking at the bigger list, they were the ones looking at the medium list, and she was the one deciding which of the 10 to 15 properties made the final cut of 5, which is now 4 because you withdrew one of them. So who had made that decision to give them that kind of authority over this process? Think about it from our perspective, the odds that we were left with. All right. You're 1 of 10, or let's say it this way, you're 5 of 10 or 5 of 15, and somehow you're on this list of 15 that you don't even know you're on because it's a secret list. But your odds of getting landmarked at that point are either 1 in 3 if there's 15 properties on the list, or 1 in 2 if there's only 10. It's a secret list, but those are really bad odds, and you have no idea how you even got on this secret list to begin with. Now, when you went and hired Ms. Regev, the transcript of that meeting suggests that none of you really knew who she was. You knew that she was some person who was being proposed to you for a vote to approve her proposal, but it didn't appear that there was any prior relationship there between you and her. You were being presented with a proposal, and you asked if she was vetted, and you were told that she was, and you went ahead and accepted her proposal. But by that point, it was pretty clear that some people had to come up with her and get this proposal to you, and we still have no idea how that happened. And you only got one proposal, so forgive us for harping on this. We've all talked about it, but the fact that you didn't bother to solicit more than one proposal raises that extra question of why her. And I have nothing against Ms. Regev. I don't know her. She's obviously interested in modernism. But why her? Why was she the only person that you were willing to consider? And you asked her, apparently, to give you a proposal for $29.99 because that was the only way you could hire her without going through the trustees and without going through an RFP. But here's the next question. What did you expect to get for $29.99? You were asking her to look at least 10 to 15 properties, then winnow that down to 5, and then do a report for you on all 5 of those properties that you could then use to justify a pretty drastic move of landmarking. So what did you really expect to get for $29.99? There's just all this talk in the meetings about how we don't want to take too much time and we don't want to spend too much money. So this is the proposal. That's what you guys want to do. You don't want to spend too much time or money on it. Why not? It's mind-boggling that you would embark on something this important that could have this much impact on just a handful of property owners, but you're afraid of spending money on it? I want to put it in perspective a little bit. I looked it up because all these tax bills are online. Just the 4 property owners that are the subject of the hearings tonight paid $163,000 in taxes last year to the village only. And you weren't willing to spend more than $29.99 to do a study that could have tens of millions of dollars in net impact on them. 8-figure impact, you weren't willing to spend more than low 4 figures to do a study to decide if it was a good idea or not. We've been sort of, I don't say weak. A lot of people tonight have been dumping on Ms. Regev for problems in her report. And part of me feels a little bit bad because what did you expect to happen? What do we expect from a $29.99 report? It's not going to be the same quality as a survey, which she repeatedly says this is not a comprehensive survey. So what did you expect, being so frugal with her, to say, we're only willing to give you $29.99, but do this report and let's hope it's good enough to support this massive project that we're talking about. And let's factor this in too. You were talking about not wanting to spend money, not wanting to take too much time. Well, the type of action you're talking about, you have to assume is going to engender a reaction from these owners. And you know what that's going to be. Mr. Bennett said it. You've been in litigation before. You know that if you're going to hit somebody with, tens of millions of dollars in impact, they're probably going to fight back. And so instead of spending more than $3,000, even $3,000 on a study and taking the time to do it right, you put the village in this situation where the village is going to be spending tens of thousands of dollars, maybe 6 figures on legal fees to defend something that you weren't willing to spend more than $29.99 on. There's some disconnect there as to, was it penny wise, pound foolish? You're putting the village in a very bad spot by setting this study up to fail because you weren't willing to do it right. A comprehensive study, if that's the route you wanted to go to look at modernism, you could have done it. You could have initiated that process. It would have given you much more information to base a decision on. Yet you decided not to do it without any public discussion. There was no process where you went to the trustees and said, hey, maybe is this a good idea? Can we do this together? Can we get some funding for it? You didn't want to go to them for whatever reason. Don't understand it. But why not do it? If that's really something you're interested in, why not do it right? And look, no offense. A lot of people have been dumping on Mr. Wallach also. I want to say no offense is intended to him, but he was in charge of this first part of the project, and he's not qualified to do it. I think what's clear about listening to the experts is there's a lot more to this study than even a layperson could understand just reading the criteria. It's mind-boggling that this board would ask Mr. Wallach to just do it in his time going through this process, assuming that is what you did, which maybe you didn't do, and maybe you just did it on his own. But no offense to Mr. Wallach, but he's right in the middle of this process, and there's just no avoiding that. Why also was the decision made that 5 properties and 5 properties only would end up being on this list? It's a little bit of a mystery. Like, it's a completely arbitrary number. 5, not 6, not 4, not 3, not 1, not 10. But we told her, this is how it was described. We gave her a list of 10 to 15, and we told her to pick your 5 favorite. To me, that sounds like an arbitrary number. 5, you didn't ask her to say which of these qualify under the criteria. You said, pick your favorite 5, because that's what we want to do. It sure sounds arbitrary and capricious from where we're standing, because our clients are the ones who ended up in that last list of 5. Now, let's get back to the question of how do you decide what properties make the cuts and which ones don't? So Ms. Regev's report had listed the 5 properties she likes. And Mr. Wallach had said at the meetings, those were the cream of the crop, the best of the best. Now, we don't know what the not best of best were, so we can't compare the best of the best to anything. But what that means is we also don't know what criteria she prioritized over others. There's clearly plenty of different criteria that can be looked at here. And I'll use our property, since I'm talking about 1360, I'll use that one as the example. How much did or did not Ms. Regev prioritize visibility from a public way? So our property is about 1 football field back from the road, separated by a tennis court and trees, and from the beachfront side, it's another football field from the beach, separated by a dune that goes up to about 34 feet in height. So the only way to see our house, or the tip part of our house, is if you're looking down the driveway and you can see a piece of the tip of the tower. Otherwise, all those pictures you saw are from right up close to the house. And we heard about other houses that are not so easy to see. So what part of Ms. Regev's ranking process, if you will, taking that 15 properties and narrowing them down to 5, what part of that process, how much weight did she put on visibility? We have no idea, because we don't know what other properties were on the list. Another factor would be the factor that our expert, Dr. Cooperman, talked about, which is that historic integrity factor. And it's a big deal when you get into, you guys have been doing this a lot longer than I have. When you're looking at these properties, what is the integrity of the property? And we don't know, because we don't know the rest of the list, how our property, which has massive problems when it comes to how it was stepped on over the years, stepped on 2 times in very big ways, where does that rank against the other properties that you considered? Again, we don't know, because we don't know what those other properties were. We know the properties that are on this list, right? This is the final list, the ones that made the cut. We don't know what didn't make the cut. So we don't know if some of those properties had more integrity than ours or less, because we can't compare to anything. And what about the public's recognition of the historic importance of these things? You heard Dr. Cooperman try to explain what she viewed as the difficult standard that can be misinterpreted over time. But what is the public perception of our property compared to others, and the public importance in their view? It's impossible to tell, again, because we don't know what else was on the list. We do know nobody's made a fuss over this house before. I mean, this house came before this board in 2017, the records of it. Nobody made a fuss about the changes that were being done in 17. Suddenly, it's on the top of a very short list of properties, the rest of whom we don't know. Now, how did she Another criteria you might have set up if you were doing a comprehensive study is how much do you weigh in the importance of the architect, or in our case, the designer, since there really wasn't an architect. In the hierarchy of criteria that you're going to consider, where does that fit in? We know that in our case, we talked about Ward Bennett being the designer, but Ward Bennett's design lasted 10 years before it was stepped on by Beyer, Blinder, Bell. And the beautiful floating original is no longer a floating original. It used to float on top of the sand, and now it's a second story of a 2-story house. So what about the architects, this is either a Ward Bennett, Joseph Durso house, or Ward Bennett, Joseph Durso, Beyer, Blinder, Trimble house. How are we viewing this house compared to other houses where they were famed architects and not just designers who participated in what the final product really is today? Again, we don't know because we don't know what the other houses were. Yeah. I'm emphasizing my point.
I think we have.
I got it.
You didn't have the list.
Okay. Now, another question that's been raised to you today, which is how have you considered the impact of what you're doing on the owners? And we're all here for a reason. Obviously, our clients perceive there to be a big impact. And you could quibble over whether the amount of that impact is going to be 30%, 40%, 20%. But we're talking about over $100 million worth of property, just 4 houses. Even if it's only a 10% impact, you're talking about an 8-figure effect. Whatever you're deciding to do could have an 8-figure effect easily. Not once in the early meetings when this first came up, not once in the later public hearings, not once in the proposal, not once in the report, not once today has anybody on your side, the village's side, even talked about consideration of the impacts of what happens on this side. Nobody's talked about it. It's part of what you have to take into account. Is what you're doing worth it, considering the impact that you're about to do? And nobody's talking about it. Talk about how exciting this is. That was the original comments on the record were about how exciting this was going to be. We get to do something we don't normally do. We get to shape the future instead of just reviewing the past. This is exciting. And I'm not saying that's not wrong for you to feel that way, but at the same time you're feeling excited about your jobs, there's a real impact that's happening to the people you're considering doing this to. And nobody's talking about it on your side. And that's very disturbing to our side, that it's almost like you're just flippantly talking about this as some fun project, but not taking into account what is the real world impact on these people. And what you're talking about doing, which is landmarking, is very different from the normal type of land use stuff that we deal with as zoning lawyers. Reason being, I don't know why you're making faces at me. I'm about to explain something. Landmarking is very different from traditional zoning for one reason, which is that there is no reciprocity of advantage as between the people who are being landmarked and the rest of the society. So normally, at least the legal justification for zoning and even historic districts is the burdens that we impose on people are shared by everybody. So everybody gets a reciprocal advantage out of it, right? You're put into a residential district and you have a burden. You can't just open up a business on your property. But you also get a benefit that you're not going to wake up one day next to a gas station. That's called reciprocity of advantage. Everybody's treated alike and you get the same level of advantage, or at least some proportionate level of advantage, as you have a burden. It works in historic districts because if you're part of a historic district, you get the benefits of being part of a historic district. With landmarking, it's the same thing as spot zoning, because you are being singled out for differential treatment that your neighbors aren't enjoying. And that makes what you're doing sort of an extra, potentially devastating thing to do. Because if you pick 4 properties in the entire village to suffer this consequence, and they all lose $5, $10 million, $15 million in damage, they get nothing out of it. Because the way you're going about doing it hasn't given them anything back. And that is a reason why what you're doing is different from what other landmarking proposals have done, not just around the country, but even in our region. And I'm going to give you an example. About 12 years ago, when the village of East Hampton went through a process of saying, we're going to do landmarking for the first time. They did it right. They hired an actual historian to do a full survey and reconnaissance to figure out what is this master list. But here's what they did that's different. They wanted the people who are affected by it, people over here, to get something out of it so that they didn't feel like they were being targeted. They invited everybody to come in and talk to the mayor. They invited everybody to express their feelings, and they came up with an incentive program for those people where they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give you back something that nobody else has to make this all worth it. And they gave them back something by way of a carriage house rule. And they even listened to us when we said, you know, the way you've drafted your carriage house rule doesn't work for us. They tweaked it to make sure it worked. And at the end of the day, I don't know if every single owner was happy about it, but my client went from being against it to being in favor of it because of the way they were treated. And I think most people were. Most of those 25 homeowners who were affected ended up being fine with it because the village treated them with respect and gave them something to sort of reciprocate for the burden that they were going to have that nobody else in the village was going to have. And that's something that possibly could be done here. Who knows? But if you don't start the process and approach the village trustees about it, there's no way to find out if there's any mechanism to do this the right way, where our clients can get the tax benefits that they're not going to be able to get this way, where our clients can get some other benefit that would make this okay, that they're being singled out for this treatment. So I guess what we're asking you to do is shelve this. And if you really feel that importantly about the modernist preservation, do it the right way. There is a right way and a wrong way. The way that you've done it is the wrong way. And, you know, we're dumping on you too. But there's a reason for it, because you're responsible for what's happening here. And so the mystery that shrouded the whole first part of this process, ultimately it's on you, because you didn't have to do that and you chose to do it that way. You didn't have to be so frugal and go for the cheapest route, but you chose to do it that way. So we're asking you to shelve it and start all over again. I don't doubt that you view this as a good thing. You've been yelled at a lot tonight. I think your hearts are probably in a place where you assume that this would be a positive thing for everybody, but what you forgot about was us. And I don't mean us, I mean who we represent. You forgot that they are residents too, and they are going to suffer far more than anybody else is going to appreciate for what they're going through to do this. So if you're going to do it the right way, do it in the open, do it with the trustees, figure out if there's really a desire to do this at all, and then approach it methodically. I can tell you, my clients like their house. They're not threatening to tear it down. They bought it after that 2017 renovation, and they like it. So to be pulled into this process where their property is about to be, their property value is about to be damaged pretty significantly, it's a slap in the face when it's shrouded in this much mystery, and there's no explanation I can give them for it. I can't tell them why. And that's really the problem with this whole process. So, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it. But really, we're asking you to just shelve this. And if you want to start over, start over. But
thank you. Or do you have any questions at this time? No. Are there any comments from the public?
It's officially midnight.
I do have one comment, and I think it's something that we're all going to have to answer.
John, I think you have to talk to
Yeah, is 20th Century Modern a de facto agent of this village? Because it sure appears that it is, and that's entirely wrong. Has there been any vote to hire them? Has there been some tacit agreement that your planner came up with 20th Century Modern? Because it's more and more obvious that they've been part and parcel of this project, more so than you have. And they're an advocacy group, and it's the very thing, one of the 4 things that Judge Modeleski told you that you were doing wrong. So there have been a lot of, expletives and, modifiers and stuff like that about this. And I don't want to water any of them down, but the fact that you have an unappointed, unvoted for, non-governmental agency driving a lot of the bus here is nothing. It's appalling, but it's also illegal. And I think, Alex, you've got some explaining to do. Thank you.
That's not fair, but okay. All right.
So
I'm going to move to adjourn 1360 Meadow to January 27th. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. With that, I am going to motion to close tonight's, which is on the 20th, the January 19th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.